One. Hello! Welcome to Dungeons and Underheads. My name's Andrew. I'll be your DM for the evening. These are my intrepid band of Chucklefucks. Say hello, Chucklefucks.
Hi, Chucklefucks.
Hi, Chucklefucks.
We're going to be playing some D&D for you. It's going to be amazing. So, let's go around the table and introduce everybody, starting with Jeremy.
Hello, I'm playing...
Stonks.
I was trying to think of something witty on the fly. I am one of the two that is not in legal trouble right now. The bird. Styx. The grave cleric. Works with dead people, somehow not in legal trouble.
That's a profession.
Yeah.
Alright.
Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm playing Kex, the Soul Knife, X-Blade, Rogue, and for once, I'm not in the hot seat.
You're in the.
No, you still are!
You're in the warming seat,
Yeah.
waiting your turn.
No, yeah.
You're warming the bench!
I'm keeping the other seat warm right now. It's lukewarm seat.
The cold-blooded guy keeping the seat warm.
Yep, exactly.
Andy's using all the oxygen.
I'm just like putting my legs back and forth really fast to create friction.
I was wondering what that was, other than you just jiggling your thighs at me aggressively.
I mean, I can do that again if you'd like.
Not.
Would you mind to popcorn off?
Colby.
I am playing the other one not in legal trouble right now. The fish. I am playing Sahil the Bard. And today I am the courtroom cheerleader. Let's go, you got this, Lizzie.
I'm Lizzie. I'm playing Alyssa, who is an artificing rune knight, and I am in the hot seat, but technically not legal trouble yet. So
You're just going
that'll
to
be
get
fun.
judged severely.
Yeah, I just get to be judged. Andrew.
Hey, thanks. I'm Andrew. I'm the DM. I play everybody else. So, in this case, Judge Isperia.
Except for Hilda.
Except for Hilda. Sometimes.
We share.
So, last time on the Queen's Rooks, we came back to the death of Rakdos. A column of fire erupted from the center of New Prov. On Rakdos' demise, he called out to his followers to paint the town red. As such, the party fortified the Pride's Call and hunkered down for a fight. They did wind up fighting the Blood-Phrased Fury, a massive giant with metal spikes all throughout that had been throwing civilians over rooftops. After felling the giant, they saved some locked-on children from a nearby building that had received some collateral damage, and they then rested up for the night, setting up a guard rotation with some of the civilian volunteers and the guards that they had hired for the Pride's Call itself. The next morning, they were summoned by Jeb to have a meeting with Judge Isperia. Arriving at the door, this is where we pick up now. As the doorway opens, you guys see Judge Isperia sat behind what is apparently a very large legal bench. There is a small... how do I put it? There's a circular room that has a circular bench seating that goes around it on the outsides. The courtroom itself set in the center. There is a plaintiff's box for somebody to step in. You see Jeb takes a step forward, ushering you through. There is Capital Joanne Luat. There is Arbiter Trag Creed, as well as a Veldalkin woman that you guys have not met before. You assume these are the three that hold up the branches of government that the Azorius aspire to, as well as Judge Isperia herself.
Even I don't recognize the Veldalkin woman? Wow. Okay. I'm just curious.
She's wearing a judge's outfit. I don't think it's somebody that you would have met.
Okay.
As you all walk through.
Much like many other dirty cops, you only meet the judge once you fuck up. So here we are.
I already fucked up.
Exactly.
Putting it together, though you've not seen her, you think this is probably Grand Judicator Zalava.
Does she have any type of reputation that precedes her?
Yes, she's very harsh.
Oh, awesome.
Louvre.
but much like most Veldalkin, emotionally apathetic.
Right. I'd be pretty familiar with her mannerisms at this point, purely because of Yolov. Just maybe instinctually.
Was he Veldalkin?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I didn't remember that.
So, as you all move on through, you see Judge Isperia raises up the Sphinx woman with, as you kind of put it together, a almost Veldalkin face. Stop. Entering here comes with the agreement and understanding. Your magic items will not work. Your magics will not work. You cannot tell lies. Here there is only truth. Entering here is voluntary. If you do not wish to enter, leave now. If you enter and choose to try to interfere, you will be charged with contempt of court, and the Arbiter will see you jailed.
What does she mean by interfere?
If I tried to inspire silvery bards in the middle of the court,
Well, it wouldn't work anyways. So.
Right, but you'd still be attempting to. She's just laying all the cards out on the table and saying, "Hey, don't try."
Okay.
this is what finding out looks like. Don't fuck around.
Yep. Warning us very fairly.
Alyssa, you are here under the legal guide of one Jebediah Grizzle. He will be your legal counsel. You have been given the opportunity to speak freely about a certain set of circumstances without the need to fear lawful reprisal. That only applies to you. Anybody else in this courtroom, that does not apply to you. Think before you speak. Please,
That was
find your way to the plaintiff's box.
It was a dead stare at me there when they said think before you speak.
Minute, plain.
You are the speaker.
I'm not gonna be saying shit today unless asked.
I'm gonna look over to Jebediah,
He's gonna nod and point towards the box for you.
then I'll walk over towards the box.
The rest of you, there's a small set of stairs that lead up to the seating area, and you see as two gates automatically open.
I'll look at the left and right, and like, alright, so we're agreeing to just be entirely silent the entire time we're here, right?
Oh yeah, unless I guess we're spoken to, and then we're gonna plead the fifth.
I'm nodding to you. I'm not even speaking. Like, I'm not saying anything.
Alright. We'll go see
Two of the scariest 3 people I've ever met are in this room right now, so...
I don't even know
me
anything.
and the Isperia.
The bird. I can end him at any time.
So, you step forward. There's an odd moment where you are crossing the threshold into the actual judge's box. You look down and you see New Prov down below you.
Oh, it's like the Space Needle.
It is a see-through floor, though. As you take a step forward, it is solid. Sail, you understand this to be a form of magnificent mansion.
Oh, nice.
A small demiplane that she has constructed. Between the lot of you and your magical dealings, you understand that she basically controls the rules here.
This is literally her domain.
And I mean this literally, you cannot lie here.
When I step in, would I feel any kind of, like, almost a connection with my magic is severed, like I cannot reach Killenvor?
Yes. It is dampened. Your Ioun Stone falls. Your headband of intellect disconnects as you feel that you are not quite as quick-witted as you once were. Any magical items you have fail.
So is Kex dead then? Because of the connection he has with Styx?
It's not concentration or anything, so.
That's a different thing. It's a little more linked to my soul and everything. So
Though that inherent connection that you two have with each other fades.
You can only be in here for a day or you're fucked. The Ion Stone doesn't go very far. I rolled well.
You grab it and it bounces a couple times.
You see, this doesn't just apply for you guys. As some of the magical vestments that you see that Arbiter Trad Creed normally has on, like his glowing greatsword, things like that, it is currently sat dull.
yeah, I assumed it was everybody but her, essentially.
As you approach the box, it opens up for you. Take a step in.
Yeah. Unless there's traps.
Would you like to check for traps?
No, I'm fine. I'll just walk in. It's fine.
What's your passive investigation?
14.
Alright, you take a step in, it shuts behind you.
You broke it.
Judge Isperia looks at you. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting as well.
I have been told that you have some pertinent information about things that may have transpired between ourselves and another country.
I believe so.
Please take this forum and let us know what we need to know.
Lizzie has a question. Did you say forum or form?
Forum.
Okay. So it's not like a piece of paper?
No.
Okay.
You're not going to fill out a questionnaire. Is this true or false?
I've had a crazy weekend.
You're all good. You're
That's
all
fair.
good.
Okay.
Maybe good practice.
Is there a certain way that I should be addressing the court? You'll have to forgive me, I'm not familiar with these matters.
There's the smallest hint of a smile. He goes, you may call me Judge.
Okay.
My fellows here are Arbiter Trad Creed. We have Capital Joan Lua and Grand Judicator Zalava.
So at this point, I want to look over at Lua. Who do I see? And I
Sure.
believe this is the first time I've ever encountered them.
That's fair. For lack of a better term, she is a small Asian woman. She seems to be closer to like Southern Asian, like darker skin. She has her hair pulled back into a bun with streaks of white throughout it. She looks a little older, but she is a human woman. She's very well put together. Senator's robes, or capital robes, I should say. Stands probably 5'4".
Okay.
Looking at her, there is no magical items that she has, like the Arbiter would, or even you guys do.
Did she have the hint of any disdain at any in particular person that walked in?
No.
No?
Fairly neutral.
Okay. Well, it's probably best that I start with some context about who I am. I'm not sure how much you know, how much you don't, or how much the forum knows or doesn't know. So, I am a tabaxi who was held prisoner inside of the black site at Sunhome. And I was held captive for about 3 months after I exited the Shadowfell and was apprehended and brought to this black site where I was held prisoner alongside some sorcerers and some other folks. I was also at the Battle of Sunhome, and in the aftermath, I decided to investigate I forget the name of the tower, but essentially the place where Elda Conan resided, to figure out if I could find out more about why I was captured, and I guess if there was any information about my mother. Because I do not know where my mother is, but she was in the Shadowfell with me, or rather the, what do you call it?
Feywild?
The Feywild, and then we became separated when we entered the same portal. For reasons that I do not fully understand. I ascended the tower and went into Elda Conan's office, and investigated and found various forms of documents that I would like to share with you, Judge, if that's okay. I believe it might be better to do that. I think you have telepathy. If I could share some information in private with you, or if I could approach the bench.
If there's anything you would like to produce, you may set it on your bench, and it will be brought to me.
I'm gonna gesture to Jeb for a copy of the forms.
Jeb, who's been standing a step behind and a step to the left of you, steps forward and sets all the things down that you had given him to go over, record, etc., etc. So all the forms that you found while you were within Sunhome, all those types of things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He sets those down for you across the way, as he goes over each one of them with you. So there's the form of the schematics that they had found, that you had found, I should say. And being do you want this one?
Which schematics, or is it just all of them on a page?
All of them. You could have them separated out though, if you'd like.
I'll have them separated out, and I'll leave out the gauntlets that I want. And I'll provide the other ones. So the anchor in particular, I think would be important for them to know about. But otherwise, I feel that's not necessarily information they need. So.
All right. He's going to look up and go Judge, we are going to exercise our right to keep some of these a little bit closer to the chest, as they do not pertain to what you need. This is a bit more of a personal nature that does not have to do with what you guys are speaking with and investigating today. So, we are going to hold this one back for ourselves. As he sets that off to the side, puts the other ones down, and there is the messages between Elda Conan and Capital Luwa. This one, I'm assuming?
Yes, I think that one should be provided separately, and then maybe the judge should figure out if there's certain actions that should be taken.
Understood.
Yes.
Judge, we are going to be setting this one off to the side for you to review before you disseminate with your colleagues. She nods and sets that one off to the side. Is there anything else in particular you want me to give to her? We also have the log transcripts, or the ones that you remember at least.
Can we wait to provide that one so that way I can explain further before disseminating?
Of course.
Cool. Then we'll do that.
All right. We're going to be submitting to you some essentially schematics and a bit of form that we would wish you to review, Judge. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we send this?
I don't believe so. Is there anything that I should be?
You're doing great.
Okay.
He gives you a pat on the shoulder, and you see they raise up off.
I suppressed the desire to cheer, but I rolled a natural one, so there was a visible movement. And I was like, yeah! Just back to silence.
The pages lift up off the table and move on over to the judge's bench, and you see they float up. As she starts to read over them, she quickly reads over the schematics first. There's a bit of an eyebrow raise. And she sets that off to one side. And then she gets to the transcripts between Capital Lua and Elda Conan. As she reads that, her face goes completely neutral. I understand.
So while I was investigating and I found those various forms of documents, I also came across a journal. And I opened that journal and I realized that it was a magical journal that had another copy that somebody else had, and when you wrote in one, it would write in the other. So there was a conversation.
Twin journals.
Yes. And I realized that when writing in one, the other one would happen, and I read through the past transcripts, and I realized that there was a conversation between Elda Conan and her brother.
Which?
I am forgetting the full name. This is Lizzie.
The Emperor.
We don't know his name.
We don't know his name?
No.
Emperor Cusco.
Big E.
I don't believe it's actually ever been told to us.
I'm not sure if
it's
it
been
was.
mentioned in
I'm not sure if
passing.
it was in the journal. If there was like a first name or like some kind of endearment because they were familial.
It's not like talking, where it's just like it's being sent to the person, so there's almost no need to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They don't sign off or anything like that. It's almost like texting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Old people do love signing their names on text, though.
They're not that old. Well, if they're reincarnated, they better have some boomerisms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, my immersion.
My immersion.
You can't just say the Emperor.
Okay. And I believe it was her brother, the Emperor of the Endoan Empire.
And what therein do they communicate about?
I'll be providing a transcript that I have from my memory. But to preface this before you read it, I noticed that the Emperor noticed some shifts in Elda Conan's behavior about a certain amount of time back, and it sounded concerned and that she was acting out of her own nature. And the reason that I believe this is interesting is because I believe that Elda Conan might have been a hierarch lich. Are you familiar with those?
In theory. I've never met one.
Well, I suppose it's possible that you might have.
How old is Isperia?
She's from the Second Age.
So, like, 4...
She's older than Guildrow's founding.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
She's one of the original founders.
She's an ancient being.
So,
Thousands.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
What was described to me by my friends who witnessed the events was that Elda Conan might have hopped into Morgan Lemen's body and then used it as a battery with blue flame to basically consume Sunhome at the tail end of it. And I believe that was only possible because of their lineage that was shared between Enduin blood.
Correct.
And I'm not sure what that means, but I know that there was some blue flame being used inside the prison sites and that it was connected.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. That is concerning. And you have the original documents for the schematics. You have the original documents for the other thing we will be getting to.
Yes.
It was told to me that there was something else that had happened
Yes.
with this journal.
I wanted to provide some context before I described what I did with that journal. So, I noticed that there was an unanswered entry from the Emperor Endwin, and I wanted to obtain more information, and so I wrote back in the journal. And I wanted to see if I could figure out what information he might have had about my mother, about Eldaconan herself, and then I'm basically going to provide the transcript at this point, including the parts where it was like my replies and my...
The bits that you remember, plus
Yes.
what you said. Cool. You see...
And I believe that I was acting in a time-bound manner because in one way or another he was eventually going to find out about his sister, and I wanted to see if I could meet with him in person. And then I'll provide the transcripts.
Alright. Jeb sets them down, they float on over. She reads over them quickly, almost inhumanly. As she's not even holding them, the pages open for her. She goes through them, nods, and then those pages are disseminated throughout the court. You see as copies of them appear, while she's still holding on to the originals. You see, we're going to take a moment and let them read through this before I speak towards it anymore. A few moments go by, you see Joanne's eyes widen a little bit and then go back to normal. You see as the...
Get you some milk.
Some milk or some wilk?
I said milk.
Okay.
Some skull crusher.
The adjudicators remains completely neutral. As you see the arbiter, the chair that he is sitting in starts to
Fucking courses.
as he's holding onto the edge with one hand, the papers crumple in the other as he's barely containing himself.
God damn it!
I'm gonna make this guy my friend by the end of this.
Judging by that reaction, she says, looking over the arbiter, I'm going to assume you've all read it. Yes? There's an assent. Well. And what happened to this journal?
It instantly was burned up and destroyed after the affirmation on the last sentence of that page I provided you.
That the Emperor of the Endwin Empire would be coming to a predetermined location set by you, Antlion Canyon, in 1 week's time. And when was this?
It would have been the day after Sunhome fell.
So you believed it was so time sensitive that you would go above all of our heads, right into this journal masquerading as his dead sister, a day after she had died. But it was not time sensitive enough for you to immediately tell us that you had done this. We are now working with 5 days, not even 5 full days, to prepare for the strongest empire in the world to be on our doorstep. In a moment where we are already broken and spread thin. Additionally, we do not even know where half of our guild heads are. Pray tell, you found it time sensitive enough to go above our heads. Did you not think that taking 30 minutes to send a missive to here to speak with Tiana whom you heroically saved the day before, to one of the other people you had already been in contact with, as in the new Minister of Impediments, Minister Aglar, might not have been a bit more fruitful than flying by the seat of your pants and doing this.
Is your question, do I believe there is a better way? Yes, there is something that I should have done differently. And
The question was why.
The question why, I have already answered. I wanted to have a conversation, and I wasn't expecting a meeting location or time. And at
You
that
set the meeting location.
point, in reply to the Emperor.
And then did not tell us. He knows she's dead. Because we sent a missive to him notifying him. Because we did not know you did something like this. So either he thinks that we have lied to him and attacked her, and she is now in hiding, looking to meet up with him here, again on the doorstep of Guild's Row. Or he knows we are trying to play him in some sense. I now have the important decision to see if we just tell him the truth in hope that he stays away and we can continue to conduct ourselves through administration and prepare for the worst. Or we cannot do the other. We cannot do the latter. Because we are in no condition to fight. She takes a moment thinking. She looks over the court at the rest of you. Her eyes landing on Kex.
Could not be any more stone cold than I am right now.
Roll a wisdom save.
Actually, legitimately roll me a wisdom save.
Doubtful that this is even passable. Hold on.
Nat 20, you fail by 10.
Wisdom saving throw, sorry. Apologize. Thought I had my character sheet open, I had somebody else's. Wisdom saving throw. Holy shit.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Nat 20 for 20. So it still might not pass.
I do not believe wisdom saving throws are auto. Do they critically succeed?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna let you rule
I
this,
think
buddy.
that's a homebrew thing, isn't it?
I think that's a double check, the ruling, because I don't...
I am. I'm doing it right now.
like it's that's.
I know it works on
Why am I
attacks,
trying to give you that juju?
not on skill.
I
You
need that
said it,
juju.
you called
You
it.
give me the juju next.
You called it. You're like, oh, watch him do a nat 20.
But isn't there like DC 25 and various other things like that?
Yeah.
So-
There is.
But,
But there's also ACs above 20 as well.
Yeah.
If you roll a natural 20, you still hit him.
Yeah.
There's also items that boost DCs and stuff like that.
I imagine that it would take
I
the
got
total because like it's a different when it's an attack.
Unlike attack rolls, which have critical hits and critical misses, saving throws do not have critical successes or failures.
Yeah.
So for a total of 20, you still fail.
I figured I would. Do I at least get a little of like she's surprised at how hard it was, or
No.
Her face is impassive
no?
as you feel a force bear down on your mind.
Sorry.
There is no qualms. She's not trying to be gentle about this. She's parsing through your memories as if they are pages on a book.
Huh?
Do I have an idea of what she's going for?
She's trying to see your perspective on this.
I would have let her.
She's not
I
asking.
know she doesn't care, but I would have let her. Okay.
Isperia wants in my head? Yes, ma'am. Open the door.
You're starting to go through, look through these things, basically corroborating your viewpoint on this. Because while the broadcast you're watching has ended. Why?
Wait, what? It still shows it's up on mine.
I just refreshed Twitch.
Still up over here.
Oh, I get that error every once in a while where it's reload because it's like a communication error, but we're still live. Wait, I don't see viewer count though.
When the arcane spell reports error but still continues to function, and you know clicking OK on the error will make it quit.
I thought she was going to do something much worse to me.
I think you're dead.
I was
I
excited.
thought I was about to get mind wiped or something. Like, oh,
I have a
she
plus
just.
9.
I'm just the easiest one to take
We're
this
still
out
alive.
on.
Yeah. Is it just for fun?
Maybe. Do you guys mind reloading really quick to see?
Yeah, I watched the live feed of Jeremy pulling out his phone, and I knew that it was still alive.
Cool. Thank you. All right. So,
Double check on mine.
Bingus. There we go. It showed up as Bingus, that's for sure.
Doesn't check Stick's brain.
I am probably. I rolled.
She's going to.
Yeah.
I had a plus 9. I was like, I might be able to make it. Not today.
So I was probably the only one who could have. Oh, you have a plus 9 too. Oh yeah. I rolled a 4 for a 13. One thing that would probably be on the forefront of Styx's mind would specifically be that she mentioned that we don't know where the guild heads are, and I know where
Oh yeah.
Nim is. It.
She was told.
I don't remember messaging her specifically.
You did not, but instead you guys told Captain Quickstep to inform Diana to inform her.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, I don't remember. That was
That is already
a couple sessions ago.
That is
and
already.
like 4
Yeah,
hours ago.
that is knowledge that the
Okay.
court has.
So when she's piecing through all these memories, does she also see the things we did inside of the temple with regard to,
Depends on what she's
Gianna?
looking for.
no,
No.
Cord and card.
Cord.
Yeah.
Depends on what she's looking for.
Well, I'm there for that, so she might be just going through, looking for memories of me and the timeline. So
We'll see.
To them, this is a vague feeling. Right? They do not visually see which memory she's pulling. They just feel somebody running around in their head. So they're not quite sure.
okay,
So as she begins to rut around inside of Styx's mind, she then stops, moves over, and to Alyssa, she's going to do the same thing. Please give me a wisdom saving throw. At disadvantage for you, because you were literally in the plaintiff's box.
And
4+ stuff.
All right. You feel the same impact, this massive intellect pressing against yours, rutting around. And those of you with very high passive perceptions, you see as she pulls out of Alyssa's mind, Joanne Leroy goes rigid for a second.
Yep.
Yep.
As she also rolled a natural one.
wow.
All right.
The law did?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I like to hear. I rolled 2 back to back.
Is she gonna try and run?
As she immediately attacks her psyche, you see Joanne's knuckles go white as she holds onto the side of her chair, realizing what is now happening to her. She is in the middle of getting up as Arbiter Drag Creed stands up at the same time and puts an arm on her back and sends her back into the chair.
Oh boy.
Styx is gonna be looking at the ground with a little smile.
So he was like, ah, fuck.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy it's not me.
It is everybody right now.
Oh, God.
You all knew about this, spent time speaking to one another about how to deal with it, dealt with it in a way to save yourself instead of the city. I understand you all think you have much larger things to deal with than this one little city. I'm frankly concerned that you'd hold on to this information and put the rest of us at risk. Congratulations to your immunity. You are not going to be tried. There are no cases that will be brought against you for these actions. So, with that in mind, is there anything else you'd like to tell us before we start to move further into fixing this issue?
I do not believe so. And I'm going to look over to Jeb and see if there's anything that he's, like, prompting me for, or if he wants a sidebar.
He's looking to you to see if there's anything that you kind of sidles up, whispering into your ear that you then realize is telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I don't even know if this is going to work to keep this conversation between us. That said, I just want to make sure we are crossing our T's and dotting our I's. You have given her the information about Joanne Loire. It seems as though that is being taken care of. You have told her about things going forward with the Endwin.
Mm-hmm.
And you're scot-free. It's everything you wanted, right?
It's the best that I could hope for the circumstances. I also don't know if this conversation is private, and it doesn't really matter when all of her memories can be rattled through anyway at any point. So,
I told you there's a reason I didn't like bureaucracy. I don't like doing this.
yeah, well, I might have taken some time to figure out how best to approach the situation, and I'm also being reprimanded for not taking the time to do that, so I think that's a no-win situation. So, I think this is the best we can do.
I think you did what you could.
Sometimes that's all you can.
Anything else?
No, thank you for your help, and, whiskey after?
I'll even have Wilk.
Thank you.
See, he turns back to the court and goes, Judge, thank you very much for...
Senator.
Judge, thank you very much for seeing us and agreeing to our terms. I do believe that my client would like to be rid of this scenario. Are we free to go? Judge Isperia says, yes. Alyssa, Mittens, you are free to go. Kex, please take the stand.
Wait, we're doing this now?
Alright, I will go take the stand.
Oh, God.
You see,
the spot next to me for Alyssa.
Jeb is in the middle of about to leave, and he goes like, "Oh fuck, no client." Turns back around on a heel.
This is good, but also, God damn it, Andrew.
Hey, you're not on the hot seat.
I do need.
Yes, I am. I'm having to roll saves over here.
Kex,
Ma'am.
I will be adding some charges to your list. While Alyssa had the opportunity to find immunity to these charges, you, on the other hand, while on while on bail, decided that it would be a good idea to keep this information away from the courts. I am adding conspiracy to espionage. A new count of that. Have that be known. You are dismissed. Sayu, please take the stand.
I will go down and take the stand.
I will be charging you with conspiracy of espionage.
Alright.
Your court date will be assigned to you. Please leave.
I'm not stopping any more riots. I'll walk out.
Please take the stand.
I'm gonna walk up. Don't have a lot of strength, but if I did, I would be crushing my holy symbol.
I'm charging you with conspiracy of espionage. Your court date will be assigned to you.
May the scale be in our favor.
Please leave the stand.
I will walk away.
Joanne Louis. Please take the stand. You see, as Joanne is stood up by Arbiter Track Greed, she's like, no, you can't do this to me, you can't. And goes, Arbiter, please escort her to the stand. As she's lifted up bodily and moved over into the stand, placed in it, the door closes behind her. Capital Joanne Louis. I'm charging you with a myriad of crimes. Espionage, murder, torture, amongst other things. You have not committed a small crime that can be argued in court. You will be going into the jails. You will be given more information. I recommend you find yourself a good attorney. Arbiter, take her away. As she is screaming, she's like, you can't do this to me! I've served here for decades! This is my entire life! All I was trying to do was protect Guild Row! You can't do this to me! As she's getting dragged out, put into chains, and moved throughout the court. Broken wings, for what it is worth. I do not find any happiness in applying these laws to you. Just know that I am neutral and across the board. Keep your ears open.
Styx is gonna quietly ask, is there anything we can be doing to help? Considering all we've done so far?
I won't lie to you. There's a reason that we have the Guild Pact system in place. And the vigilante clauses in place. You all have done a wealth of good. Though, in the process, hurt many. Do not believe I do not hear about what the Pride's call does in times of strife. As far as balancing scales, I do believe that comes into order. I charge you, not because I want to find you guilty, but because it is a fact of something you have done. What you can do to help is that when you come across things like this, announce them. It is not my goal to put you all into prison. Frankly, I find that to be a gross misallocation of resources.
I have 2 questions. Is there somewhere we can petition for emergency supplies for the emergency shelter that is known as the Pride's Call?
Yes, there is. If you were to go down into the column of justice, you go ask for the requisite forms. I will see through that they are pushed through.
Appreciate it. Second question, and then I will politely leave the court. Is there a manner in which we could get leave to go and look for Niv Mizzet? With our full party.
Styx will pipe up. We've no intention of...
She was just in our brains. She knows we're not going to dip.
doing any more harm, but we want to make sure, despite recent actions, we do care about Guildrow, and we wish the best for our city.
I know you believe that. And I appreciate it. As far as we can tell, Miz is no longer on this plane. Legally, there's no way to give you leave regardless.
Fair enough.
Though, if you would like to stay for my next meeting, I can arrange that. And I feel as though you might find it enlightening.
What do you mean next meeting?
You're not the only people I'm speaking to today.
I'll look at Kex. Well, if you would not mind, we will return to our seats.
She will not.
Above table, I'm wondering if I can have Wilk in here if I'm gonna get like.
Unfortunately, I think you had to leave your rat outside, otherwise he would have just...
Yeah, my rat would have
Question:
been like.
Is poison a magic item?
No.
No.
Oh, well then, maybe I guess. Wilk is the closest thing to poison that I can think of right now.
If I have enchanted alcohol, can I drink it and not get drunk in here?
Okay. Only one way to find out.
Mm.
Alright. There's a brief interlude as you guys take your seats. There are actually some small refreshments handed out, as well as small snacks.
Oh, lovely.
They float on towards you guys, and they are bland. They are like wafer,
This is
bread, and water.
This is the church
coffee.
communion and water.
I say wafer as a descriptor. There's no religious significance to this.
Well, yeah. It's just bland, tasteless little cracker.
They float to us.
Mm-hmm.
Styx is gonna push his to Alyssa.
Okay.
I'll have one.
Try the pouch.
It's odd, even with your handy sack, like trying to produce spices.
Oh.
Well, it's magic, so it can't
Yeah,
anyway.
I can't.
But, like, is it empty or what is this?
You gotta reach your hand in, there's just nothing.
It's a bag right now. Like,
It's a Werther's original.
God, I'd give anything for a Werther's original over those crackers.
Those of you that eat from this, though, are fully satiated.
Oh,
It's
like
just
a-
not...
It's a good cracker, like good berry.
Yeah, it's essentially a good berry. You are fully satiated, you are fully hydrated. It's just not fun. It takes the magic out of food.
It's like eating paper.
It's
Yeah.
It's a flavorless Popeyes biscuit.
Oh no!
Tiny,
But-
tiny Popeyes biscuit.
After a few moments, you guys see as the plaintiff box enlarges and opens up. As the doors open, and proceeding in is a gruel giant.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who would like to, go and give me a history check.
Hey, look, that's a number. I'll take that.
23.
23.
Dirt 20.
Dirt 20.
You said history.
Mm-hmm.
13.
Okay. Did you roll it all?
Oh, you said anybody who would like to.
So no, that's fine. All right.
Still pooping.
You do not make this check, but the other two. This is one Narbolg Ninefingers. He is the leader of the Gore clan. Or, sorry, the Scab clan.
The Al Gore clan.
No. The Scab clan. This is a Gruul clan leader. But not the head of the Gruul. So he moves on through. You see a few arresters off to his sides, though he's not in chains. He walks through as a free man, in fact. As he walks forward, kind of pump fakes one of the guards, and they
I'll do. I'm not trying to be disruptive in any manner. I'll do like a little wave at Isperia and be like, "Can I talk to you real quick?" Convey that with body language.
Yes.
Are you aware of the Minotaur who was parlaying?
Bathos. Yes.
Okay, that is
Mathis. I'm gonna write a note
This
for
is
you.
one of our informants. You will see in a moment.
Oh, excellent.
As
Mini Tartar.
No. Do not bring the cursed, the cursed knowledge back.
you see, Narbolg is covered in tribal tattoos, piercings. There are bits of bone that are like through his ears. There are bits of metal. It almost looks like he has replaced his knuckles with steel or iron. Though at a closer look, you realize that is not worked at all. It is raw. Walking forward into the stand, Judge Isperia is like, "Thank you for meeting with me today, Narbolg. You were here under your own volition, correct?" "Yes." "And you were here playing to our society's rules and laws, correct?" "Yes." "Just so you know, while you were here, you cannot speak lies. If you try to disrupt the courts in any way, you will be held in contempt. That means you will be held within our prisons and subject to our laws. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Please step forward into the plaintiff box." The door opens up. He moves his way forward. He looks messed up. They call him Nine Fingers.
He has less.
He has less.
Gotta go through the name change process.
There's a massive scar that is going down from one shoulder down the arm to his elbow that you can see has been basically stitched together with thick twine as best as he could manage. He has bruises and broken bones all throughout. As he walks through, it is more of a shuffle, as you see that one of his legs is not currently working.
Does this look really fresh?
Looks like it's probably a few days old.
During the kerfuffle.
Gruul don't exactly have the best healers.
Yeah. Oddly enough, their healers are decent.
Oh, no.
They follow the old ways.
You're just
Considered a
shamans,
pansy if you
druids.
ask for them.
That's actually a better point.
Yeah.
You see, Judge asks, "Would you like a seat?" "No." "Okay."
How dare you offer?
Tracks.
You've asked to have this meeting with me and the other members of my court. We have a few more people sitting in. If you'd like them to leave, you may ask that. Though, I would advise you against it, as it seems as though your goals may align more than you would think. So he looks at you. Looks you all in the eye.
I will say hello in primordial.
They can stay. Alright. You've requested this meeting because you believe there is some information I must know about your new clan lead. Is that correct? Yes. Please, enlighten me. Vathis is his name. He's a large minotaur man who cannot die. He challenged Bogorigmos to battle, and he lost the first 7 times. Coming back each new day, fine as he was the first. He claims it is of the old ways, that he's given this power by the sands themselves, which he controls. But that is not natural. There are things that do not die, and there's things that come back. Those that come back are wrong. Is that all you would like to tell us? No. We tried to lead in the first few days after Bogorigmos fell. We tried to oust him from his position. I tried to fight him, and I lost horribly. That by itself would have been fine. I would have kowtowed. I would have bent my knee. But as a result, he decided that he needed to show and set an example. He killed half my clan, and they do not come back like he does. That is not our laws, that is not our rules, that is not the way of the old. He changes and bends our beliefs. He uses iron. He outfits our people with iron. That is wrong. He is not of the old ways, so he is not of the Guild Pact. His ascension is unlawful. There's a slight chuckle from Isperia as he says something like this. It is weird to see a rule try to argue legality, considering they frequently do not care for it.
They don't have many rules, but the few they have.
Ooh, rule 1, don't talk about Fight Club.
I attempted to run after he killed half my clan. They found me and dragged me back. They beat me more and more and more. He used me as an example. But I refuse to be broken. I come to you to warn you. Whoever went into Antlion Canyon and wrested the horde from the Hydra, you've made a great enemy. They were going to use the contents of that and put it into a great dragon, and they've captured Niv-Mizzet. They no longer have it to do that, so instead they're going to try and recreate the process. They have taken him to the plains of death, where they will try to recreate the same.
Wait, did he say the Horde?
The Gruul Horde.
So,
Yes.
sorry, what is he talking about specifically?
He's talking about
the heart.
he's talking about the heart we possess because they were going to shove it into Niv-Mizzet,
And make
And
a
we-
Dracolich.
and we took it.
They were going to evilify Niv-Mizzet. so
We
now
have
they
made an
to-
enemy of Vathis because that's what they were going to do with the heart. So, and she's on the plane of death.
Can birds sweat?
He.
No.
Styx is gonna try.
There's a reason why she asked us to stay.
I do not have much more information other than the Saiyans are quiet now. I believe he brought the Gruul with him. So, that is my news to you. With him gone, though, I would like to step forward as the new Gruul leader. No longer Narbolg Nine Fingers, but Narbolg the Unbroken.
Oh, he's petitioning to be like the actual leader.
Nobody else left.
There's a void.
Except for Vathis, who...
He left.
Oh, he's...
He went to the Shadowfell with Niv-Mizzet.
I feel like I just said this.
Yes.
I'm like reeling over all the information.
We've had a lot of lore in the last hour.
See, Isperia nods at this and looks at you all meaningfully. Because she knows who that was.
I'll make a motion like, should I share?
In your head, it will be, if you would like, you can. You are permitted. In fact, at that point in time, she says, those in the court that would like to ask any questions of our new Narbolg the Unbroken may.
I'll stand up, and in Primordial, just to filter out the number of people who can spread this information. Hi! Yes, we relocated the Draco Hydra, and installed a face beard in that grove. We are also intending to look for Niv-Mizzet at some point, probably not in the near future. I have a particularly large chair I'm willing to let you sit in and drink if you would like to come visit. Discuss what we can do to help you in this.
There's a mixture of emotions that go across his face as you say this to him. One, he's mad that you attacked his grove.
Yep.
He's mad that you attacked the canyon.
In all fairness, I was mad he attacked it first.
But two, you succeeded and have actually thwarted the person that he does not like the most right now.
Yep.
So there is an odd bit of respect that is due to you guys for it.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
And you actually take the words out of his mouth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Where do I find you?
The Pride's Call, near Vitugazi, in the Beast Ward.
You all did well to repel the Gruul that day.
And we repelled the Rakdos yesterday as well.
I will give you some of my drink as well. He looks over to Judge Isperia. Am I free to go? You're being charged with no crimes today. You've done nothing wrong. Thank you for your information. Though while you were within Guild's Row city limits, remember laws do still apply. Just food for thought. Food is for eating.
Right?
As he starts to limp his way out.
I think it's a good time to go.
Do you have any more people who are sitting in or being questioned today?
Not that pertain to you all. I will be. This must go through the correct legal channels. And I tell you this now because I, for once, am actually concerned if I might be too partisan to make this decision. What I would like to do going forward, we had this unspoken rule with those that held the guild pact singularly. Those that had gone through the trials on their own and did not need their own set of team. Like Sentinel, that you guys have dealt with before.
Good friend.
Well, before him, as some of you may remember, we had a group of 4. They excelled in different areas of expertise, and when things became very dire, we would gather them together and have them go out on our behalf. Things are more dire than they have been in centuries. I'm thinking of getting a similar group together, but with a bit more legal bearing behind it. Something that may work towards community service for those of you that might need it.
We've been hoping to expand our ranks for our guild pact license. That may be something we do before we go meet our new friend at my bar.
With that said, that is no promise. I still need to go through the legal loopholes, as that is what keeps this place sane. So, something to think about. If you get a missive from me, it's most likely what it's about. As hard as it may have been, thank you for sharing. I'll be working towards figuring out what to do next. I hope to keep you informed.
Isperia. You looked around and know the things that I've done and things that have fallen into place because of me. There's an evil that was unlocked because of me. You may be the only person who knows anything about them.
Yes. What of it?
I'm not going to ask you what do I do, because I fear that nobody has the answer to that question. But if you know of any places or remnants of this individual, things he kept of power, anything that can give me any kind of a lead to put him down for good.
I very rarely execute people personally. Rakdos last night was a rare occurrence. Svadarak was a rare occurrence.
Oh. Didn't take.
I worked to burn the remnants of him from this plane. I did not just want him dead, I wanted him erased. Unfortunately, that would have required going through genocide, which I refused. Though Aurelia thought about it dearly. I cannot guide you towards any remnants, because I tried to make sure they were gone. Though, I hold information. If you're trying to look for seats of power, places that you can go, I've besmirched them all. What information are you looking for therein?
Do you know how his affliction started?
Yes, it was a curse. Originally put on him by the Unseelie Court.
Oh.
Why?
During the Second Age, when the Fae started to trickle into our lands, the borders between were even more thin than they are now. Where you might find records that allow you to people strolling between the two realms, that was real, that was true, that happened. Many people found themselves within the Fae or even the Shadowfell. Some never returning, never finding their way back. Some returning decades later, or as if no time had passed at all. Svadarak was a cruel man obsessed with hunting. Even before his affliction, he was a man that enjoyed torture for torture's sake. He had a bloodlust. He found himself in the Unseelie. He hunted on their lands, he paid no tribute, he asked no question.
That makes sense. Okay.
He brought iron to their throats, and saw no qualm in what he had done. Simply, they made his outside look like his insides. And then re-released him on the world. They said that even they thought he was too ugly a man to be able to see the grace of the sun. Thus made it burn him. They said that his soul was too corrupt to enjoy the pools of spring. Thus water burned him. They said that he had turned away other options of sustenance. Thus all would fall on ash on his tongue, leaving him with only one option the one that he so craved, blood. They then went to release him on the sunward side. Though dappled shadows are still places that he could hide. They used him as a weapon and as a form of his own self-torture. Eventually, the Seelie had to see him be rid of, and they pushed him back into the mortal plane, where he took up hunting anew. And thus was something we had to deal with.
It's fucking unseelie.
Do you know who the woman is?
In your memories? I can only assume that is a daughter of some sort.
Isn't she like the current head of the Demir?
I don't understand why she's in my dreams then. She's the only dream that I've ever had of having seemingly his hand reaching out to grab her as she's walking away. First time meeting her was the first time I ever saw her face.
When we dealt with him, Aurelia and I, we spoke with the Raven Queen and put him in a prison. See, the Shadowfell, at that point in time, had a bit more control over it due to the Raven Queen's hand, as she can shape specific prisons. That did not mean that we could go through and capture every lineage that he may have wrought. He had a cult of sorts, those that believed in the way he did. And this curse that he had, he realized with the right bit of hemocraft, he could inflict on others. He quickly saw it as a boon, not a bane. And those that followed him did the same. You're most likely dealing with one of the originals.
Do you know of any others that still live like me that I could find?
Like you? Boy, you are a wrought creation. You were made.
With traces of his lineage.
Traces of hers, is what I would assume. Your memories are still not unlocked. Not all of them.
Do you know how I can accomplish that?
Not without great pain. And going back to who did it to you originally.
Oh, Jesus.
I cannot. Nor will I.
Is that who she's referring to?
Infer what you will. Or ask.
Who did it to me originally?
From what I can tell, it was Callus.
I've been trying.
Though, do not believe all those memories you have. They seem fabricated upon closer inspection.
Which ones?
I would suspect that that time in which you lost, that they could not restore to you. Before and after that are probably heavily fabricated and not true. As well as there seems to be a hint of fabrication all throughout it. Your highs may have not been that high, and your lows may have not been that low. It would take me much more time to parse through and figure it out, and frankly, I have much more important things to take care of.
That you do. Thank you. Is there anything else you think I should know about him before I part?
I'm well aware of who you speak.
I thought that was Andrew going.
No. I'm still very much in character.
Okay, sorry.
I feel as though you misunderstand the situation that you are in. It is not up to me to figure these things out for you and let you know. I have much more important things to do, and to sit down and try and parse through every little thing I think you should know would take us days.
That's fair. I'm sorry. I will use... I hope that we can get through all of this, and that if I am free to walk by the end of it, I promise to you that I will do everything that I can to put him back in his prison.
Your promises hold no water for me.
I know. But I'm going to say them regardless.
I think it's time to wrap it up. She's gonna get angry.
I'm just going to turn around and walk out.
We will follow in tow.
We'll be back at a later assigned date out of Isperia.
I look forward to seeing you then. You guys leave Isperia's tower. Walking out, doing the math in your heads, you realize that's a space that should not exist there. Jeb goes, whew. Well, I think that turned out swimmingly. Like, you got exactly what we're aiming for.
Did you have a suspicion that we would be charged if we entered the court today?
I mean, if she went rooting around, mayhaps.
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all up front that I promised only one thing going in.
I know. You kept your word. The carefully selected few words. You're a careful man.
I tried to be.
How much worse does this make it for me? This isn't exactly a charge that I can fight.
Well, actually, you see, he goes through your letter. It's just a new count of the same charge.
I was about to say, yeah.
You were already implicated in a conspiracy to espionage, so it don't change much for you, other than you just need to argue this one. This one, that said, you can't really.
Don't worry, we'll talk about that community service thing she brought up.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, like, technically, y'all are part of the guild pact, so in some essence, like a member of bureaucratic matters, and it was within 1 to 3 business days, so.
I really don't think she gives a shit about the business days.
She seems like the type of person who would enjoy the pedantic.
No.
Oh, God.
She might utilize the pedantic, but I doubt she enjoys it. I don't know if anybody does. Nobody likes a pedant.
Depends what it's about, but anyway.
Don't be a pedant when I'm saying nobody likes one. I need to go find a giant and ply him with alcohol.
Sorry. You see, Jeb kind of goes, alright, our business is adjourned. Is there anything else you'd like? You got me for another 4 hours?
Well, Jeb, I got you for 4 hours. I might as well get 4 hours out of it. So, why don't you follow us?
I can tag along, sure.
I think we should go back to the Pride's Call.
That was the plan, I believe.
Well, yeah.
Do I remember where she indicated I could ask for emergency aid?
She
At the Justice.
Yeah.
Tower of Justice.
down in the lobby.
Okay.
You can literally just go to this person and be like, hey!
Hey, Isperia said she'd fast-track my request for aid. To the Pride's Call, the emergency shelter that opened up last night. And face of the Rakdos.
Okay, it's been acting like that for a little while longer.
Yeah, I'm just it's the recency bias, right? We've been doing it for longer, it's just starting to get a little worn and weary.
Peace. You take a moment. You fill out some forms. You see they actually assist you along the way with this as you name drop Judge Isperia. And they're kind of like looking at just like, a lot of people have heard of the Pride's Call and the work it's been doing recently, especially in Precinct 3. So to see you are the one that showed up asking for this, it's just like, yeah. Though you do get to a point in it where it says space owner signature.
Can I sign this as his acting representative?
Did you all put in forms that you were going to be his acting representative?
I am family. And the bar manager.
Did you all put in forms for that?
I assume we didn't put in forms, Andrew.
Hey, Jeb, what do you think about those forms? Is there anything we can do about that?
Well, we can counterfeit some.
Jeb, I appreciate your honesty. Sometimes.
What about the letters that we have, and that, like, maybe there's something in there where it's like says that you're a steward?
Actually, to that point, we could send some off to Vonavia, have him sign off on it, and then bring it back.
He's in
a war zone in the Barrack North. I don't think those letters are going to get there soon.
I can facilitate for a fee.
Oh my god.
The sheer amount of money we've funneled through you recently is starting to fatigue our accounts.
We will take care of this, Jim. Oh, wait.
Got me for another 4 hours. Just figured it off.
I'm not a partial owner, representative, family, power of attorney, squatter's rights. I'm just like sitting.
Well, actually, squats. No, kidding.
I'm sitting there staring at this guy spitballing like all of the variety of ways I might be able to skirt by on this form.
Question.
Answer.
If Kex mind links me and whoever representative we need to sign these papers, and I've messaged him.
That's a stretch.
There's something else.
You ever met Von Veer?
No.
Okay. Be convenient if we could get you to talk to him for us and be like, yeah, it's fine, but no.
I'm going through my spell list, but there's a lot, and I don't think any of them would show it to anybody else and be something that would be a legal document.
Here. Here's what we can do. We'll put this through sans one signature. You said Judge Isperia was looking to fast-track this for you. Seems like you guys are doing something good. We'll see if...
Would you like me to sign right below the box and just put Von Veer out of town?
In care of.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it empty for now.
Okay.
And we'll see what the judge would like to make of it.
Appreciate you. Alright. Nope, I'm not gonna argue that yet. Appreciate you. You have a good day.
Hey, Sticks.
Yes.
Remember what we were trying to do the other day? About what we talk about?
Yes.
Think we can do that on the way back?
I'm going through. I was looking for something else, sorry.
I cast Gate to Von Veer's location. Hey boss, we good? Okay.
Yes, I can. Also, I might use my other... What time of day is it?
It's fairly early. You're probably looking around like 10 o'clock.
I might also do the same thing for Von Veer.
Well,
Just to figure out where
you
he's
don't
at.
have to scry on Von Veer.
I would like to know what he's going through.
Well, you can just ask him. But
He's knee deep in the shit.
if it's too much of an ordeal, I can wait it again.
I'm just wondering why this is super important now, considering we're still waiting for everything.
Why speaking to my father is important.
If there's anything I learned, you're supposed to do important things very promptly, so...
Sorry, I'm still reeling over the fact that I've been charged and the fact that we've made an enemy of the Gruul because we did something that...
We didn't make an enemy of the Gruul. I'm trying to make deals with their current head.
Do you think I'm not reeling right now, too?
Yes, that's why I think we need to take a second and collect ourselves.
Let's go back home, do some day drinking, chill out a little bit, and regroup.
Yes, we can. I don't think right now is the
Today,
time.
please.
Alright.
Doesn't have to be immediately.
Yeah.
Today.
Herding cats right now.
Also, I am still trying to find the library where I can possibly find books about liches, hierarchs, Draco Lich hearts.
Told you
Pendant. Said that word.
This
said
is
that
the
Yes.
third time now.
Where we've been moving around a lot and we haven't had the time, nor have we been
So-
close. I'm just trying to...
Are you saying that you want to go there even though you know that it's Demir poisoned, and that they're going to know that you're there and looking at that?
Oh, I'll go in by myself. I don't really care.
They still know you're you.
Yeah, but
Like, if I went in disguise, they still might know it's us looking for that info.
the chances that they already know all of this is very high, and the more information we have will help, especially considering whatever. I'm not even going to say it out loud because I don't know where we're at right now.
I'm fine with the yes or no, just making sure that we're all on the same page about the risks that are involved with that.
I'm not going.
Now we're on the same page.
I can't go.
Yep.
But I would suggest you not go by yourself.
I can stay with Kex.
What?
Fist bump.
Why?
We're going.
She's gonna go with you.
Where are we right
Okay,
now?
look, it's very rare that somebody in this party actually wants to read a book. Let's go.
We are on the complete and utter opposite side of the city from the pendant. We are as far away as we can feasibly be, other than going to the fucking Underdark.
New prob here.
Yep.
Pendant hovers above Zone Knot 7. It'll take you hours.
Why are we
Oh.
never in the west side of the
I
city?
mean, do you want Jeb to get it for you?
No. Is Jeb right next to us?
Yeah.
Yeah. With Simon, probably. I imagine that
That
Simon...
actually might be a better idea.
We got him for
I'm
4
good.
hours. We might as well use the...
It's somewhat out of
I'm
spite
here
still.
on consultant for an additional 4 hours. I can intercede on your behalf if that is something you enjoy.
Is there an additional fee?
Oh,
To go read some books? Never.
Retrieve a book.
it isn't Simon.
Retrieve.
Thank you. That is all I needed
No,
to hear.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is that books are precious commodities. I highly doubt, even if you were to go, that you can check a book out and leave with it. What they do here instead, many of the times, is that you go and you transcribe the pages that you need. If there are things you are specifically looking for, I'm very, very good inside a library. I can transcribe what you need. You got me for another 3 hours and 50 minutes.
That's smart. Sticks.
And it'll take me about 2 hours, my little legs, to get there.
This is a smart choice. Sticks.
So there would be an extra hour, which is an additional charge.
probably.
He'd have an hour and 50 minutes. The longer we talk to him, the less time he has.
I'll pass. With all due respect, Jim.
Okay.
Looks like we got a hike for us, but after we go back to the Pride's Call.
We don't have a hike.
You
I'll
guys
deal with it later.
might not be a right now.
I understand that you guys are... This is above table. 1, Styx does not like Jet. 2,
That's fine.
he's very irritated about everything that has transpired today.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. And I can't go into that library in front of my old Demir handler.
correct.
We weren't worried about Kex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
could go
don't
in-
care if it was like a smart idea. I don't want anything to do with Jeb, to be
I gotcha.
honest.
I might be able to get in there as college bro.
I mean, we do have some outfits.
Yeah.
So, to the Pride's Call.
Alright. Exactly like that. You guys spend the next hour, 45 minutes walking yourselves back to the Pride's Call. As you get there, a bunch of people are moving in and out of it. See along the way that there is quite a few burned husks. Some of them Rakdos, some of them maybe not. As well as broken down buildings. Guild's Row itself, day by day, is getting worse and worse. With the plethora of things going on at the same time. Though, your guys' little slice of life,
Poppin'.
besides the one building that fell into by giant lion, giant person, and giant giant.
Above table, Sail had a moment of like, what if I claimed ownership for that house across the way that I think the owners are dead? Nah, I probably shouldn't do that.
All I'm saying is, like, if you look at it, we actually increased the net value of our community.
By lowering everything else around it?
Yes.
Yep.
Going out, shooting a couple rounds. We saved my neighborhood.
As you guys walk through Beast Haven, you see that there's a few those do not belong beasts being pulled in and around. They're like hounds with almost human-like skin that are prowling through, getting corralled by what looks to be some... What's a good way to put it?
Animal control?
Sure of themselves animal tamers, as these hellhounds with like almost human skin, they have manes that are almost made like wreathed in fire, and you just like, hey Jim Bob, I don't think it's a good idea. Nah, it'll be fine. We caught it, it's good, hey. And they're like beating it back with like a chair. That's how they do, right?
Use more whips and chains to excite it.
You know, Sail, how did you not get charged for like sending Ken out?
He helped.
Yeah, by releasing animals from their cages, right?
They were already gonna light things on fire. He lit their tents on fire. They were gonna let certain things out and off the leash anyway. He let people and those things ahead of time out of their chains. I consider Ken to have behaved in a morally neutral manner by being bad and good. And I stopped thinking about it after that because it would have bothered me. It's a skill that comes with practice.
At that point in time, make it back to the Pride's Call. You see a lot of the defenses have just been left up at this point in time. Because why the fuck not?
Might as well.
Yeah.
We're not gonna walk in and be like, you gotta move that foxhole 5 feet to the left.
See quite a few people are just milling about the place, trying to clean up as best they can, clean up after themselves, as they have used this. Few families are speaking hushed tones to one another. As you guys see, sorry, double checking. Sabrin and Timo, the two Loxodon children, are speaking to older Loxodon parents.
Yay, it's a good thing I didn't claim their house.
You see, the mother is like kind of picked up Timo in her arms and just hugging him tightly. And in fact, if you could, please add a dice to your ambiguous dice box.
Look at that.
Where are the dice?
Oh fuck! I brought them home for the charity stream.
Wait, I thought they were in that box right there.
Nope, there are dice there. I will add one next week.
Well,
Remind me.
I can. Sweet.
We got 3.
So, as you guys enter in, Talony sweeping on through, the persistent, half-haggard look on her face at all times now. You can tell that she's put on years of age in the short time she's been helping run this bar.
Yep.
She moves on through, sweeps by you, gives you like a small side hug as she's moving on to another table.
I have some renovation ideas for the Pride's Call. It's probably going to take some time. I don't know if today would be the day for me to try to do it. But if you guys have things you want to do, I am going to be working for a few hours.
I only have. Go ahead.
I've severely needed downtime
Yes.
for my arts and crafts for a while now. If we're truly just gonna be kind of doing our own errands and stuff, then I might just go and spend a lot of downtime doing important things like designing armaments.
Okay.
I only have 2 things I want to do. I want to question the new head of the Gruul when he gets here and is sufficiently inebriated because I need to find Kappas.
Fair.
Kill
and
To that point, did we pass him on the way here? He's limping himself?
No.
Not here?
And then I have the errand I would like to do with Styx at some point today when he is ready. That is all that I want to do.
While this is happening, by the way, I sending to Lolax.
What do you say?
Jean Lois in prison. That's it.
No less you get this message.
What did the son of a bitch do to deserve it?
You do not hear a response. You should know why.
Lolax would use the sending inside of the...
Inside your staff.
You're actually gonna do that?
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
No, Lolex is using the spell slot, not you.
No. I gave a glyph of warding sending.
Oh,
Lolex doesn't have sending.
you're using Glyph of Warding.
The
Okay.
one sending. Yeah.
Wait, does that take up, like, your spell slots?
Nope.
No, it's
It's
just
just-
an expensive spell.
It's
that
a
was
consumable you will not get back.
Yeah, that was the if you're
I see.
in trouble. If you remember. If you're in trouble, this is how to get a hold of us.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought this was like a once a day kind of thing. I
No.
didn't realize it
It's
was
a
like a
once.
one-time use. Okay.
One
Glyph of
round.
warding,
Okay.
basically, I use Glyph of warding and can put any spell into the glyph. So, like, if I wanted to put heal into your staff, I could have done that and expended a
Okay.
4th and a 6th level.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I did not realize the significance of that when you gave it.
Yes, that is why Styx did it specifically.
He made a diamond spell sticker. You
Yeah.
can use the sticker.
It's
to
like
cast the
50,
spell.
50 diamond. I
Okay,
think.
okay, never mind. Lolax would not do that because Lolax would probably understand that.
Okay.
You send. What did they do?
Styx
Just
is mad.
respond,
He doesn't respond.
They racist. That's it. That's all. All right. So do you want me doing the Soul Forge thing today? Then? I can get by without concentrating.
Yes, I think that I need to make these gauntlets because if we're going to be doing something soon and I don't have gauntlets, it's probably not going to go great.
Right.
And I'm sure that we'll never get those back from Ken. I wasn't expecting it to happen so quickly because I figured that we would disagree on everything for a while.
I apologize for ruining your plans.
It's okay. You know what? I'm happy that we can all agree on 2.
It's an alright number. It's the only prime even number.
Don't ruin it.
So do we let Ken... Are you gonna, like, release Ken from his contract before he... Because I'm not gonna lie, if he goes back after all the stuff he's dealt with, he's gonna be a little menace.
I kind of thought it'd be... On the one hand, where's Ken? Do I know where Ken is?
No.
Okay.
He said he was going to stay in the tavern while you guys went off, and he was going to attune to the gloves. And then from there, he was going to go back into looking for the stuff you guys asked him to.
I
So,
assume he's
the
out
Inquisitor.
looking. On the one hand, I think it'd be really cool if we had a strong friend in the Feywild, and I'm like, okay, thank you for all of your effort. On the other hand, he's been doing all the Danger Close missions.
It does sound like we're going to eventually have to go to the Shadowfell and possibly the Feywild at some point,
So
so...
we're going to the Feywild.
Well, let me tell you about the Shadowfell. It's a vacation. It's very nice. I have a timeshare there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where the time went.
Oh, so you had all that extra income set to the side, and you're making us pay for your legal costs?
Well, you see, my money is tied up in non-liquid access.
That's
So,
fair. That's fair.
speaking of money,
NFTs.
how much do we have?
6,000?
Well, we have less now because Styx
6 what?
unconsensually sent a message to the person who's dealing with our money. So whatever she
Oh,
decides
no.
to take out of that,
I put 50 gold out of. How much was it? Do we know?
4?
we don't know.
I don't
She
know
never
what we're
said
talking
anything. She
about.
said she was going to charge us a fee. So I actually don't know exactly how much we have.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I don't
that was to get the
remember what we're
work, the
talking
paperwork started to expand
Remember
our
when-
guild pact license.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when we were
That's not gonna be. She's not taking 1,000 out.
We have roughly
6,000.
I forgot.
Six-ish.
Like,
Out of
that's how
all of the
inconsequential
legal
I
fees
found
and
it.
stuff, I get roasted for the let's start the guild pact fucking paperwork. She's gonna walk out of the bride call and drag Sail out. Hey everybody! There's an unsupervised criminal in the bar!
That said, there are still
Sending
Azorius
to
hanging out.
Asperia.
Yeah. Well, they're watching it. It's fine. No.
We have
I-
roughly
if
around
I
6,000
if
gold.
both of us start to leave the room he's in, I'll grab the door frame with my noodle arms. Like, stop! He's gonna get in trouble, not us. And he might take his notebook with all of our money expenses in it.
Can't access him in the clink.
Yeah, 6,034 gold pieces. We still need to pay our cards.
I mean, even if we pay them well, I don't think it'll be too bad.
Oh, they're good. We're taking 100 gold out and spreading that out between them.
They're getting a
Okay.
bonus.
What else was needed for? I know I asked this at the very end of the session. I can't remember because I'm tired. What was the other requirements that I needed for the gauntlets? I know that one was a soul forge.
Soulforge. You have everything.
I have it.
You have everything.
Okay. Cool.
I have the
sticky and
2 liters
iron.
of blood in my inventory.
Okay.
2 liters of blood, magical blood, and a soul forge to work them with.
Okay. I thought there was also something about like the spell catch.
Spell catch.
Like I needed to like cast a certain. I think it was like dispel magic or
Yeah.
something into it, which
Yes.
I do not have access to.
Yes, for the
I
spell.
need
And
to
bet
catch.
can both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I might need some assistance with that. I'm not sure at what point in the creation.
Yeah. So the way enchanting works is that you need somebody to be able to cast the spell you wish to take effect.
Okay.
So when you are enchanting things, if you don't have like if you want to cast fly into a pair of wings and you don't know how to cast fly, you need somebody else that can provide that.
I see. Okay.
I can cast dispel magic for you 5 times throughout the process. You being the technical expert will be the one to ask Andrew how many times you need it cast.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And I can... So I'm planning on gathering up the people here and trying to get some people to help me create a bit better defenses around the Pride's Call. And I will be in the area doing that, so I can concentrate on the forge and cast a spell magic for you if you require that.
Okay.
Are you talking about this?
Out loud in the tavern, yeah.
If you give me time and resources, I can also do some preventative measures.
Yeah.
Specifically, glyphs. I can do harm. I can do protection from good and evil.
Do you have guards and
okay.
wards?
Yeah, I'd also like to have a quick sidebar with you when you're free, Sticks. But please feel free to finish up.
Popular birthday.
Always. With great healing comes great friendships.
Comes great people asking you to do shit for you. For them.
Damn, False Life is really good. I should start using that.
Doesn't it give you like a d4 plus your Wismod? Temp HP?
Yeah, but if I cast it at 4th level... Wait,
4d4.
yeah, no, 1d4 plus 19. It's a flat amount that goes up.
Oh, damn.
It's just a meaty hit.
What's up?
Hmm?
It sounded like you were saying something.
Under my breath, yeah.
Okay.
I lied. There's one more component that you don't have, and that is just spell fueling material. As in, like, the diamonds, the things like that actually take for enchantment.
How much in diamonds?
Legitimately, so you're trying to combine Dispelling Magic Gauntlets with Gauntlets of Ogre Power. So if you want them to be strong, again, right? So that is going to be a rare enchantment plus an uncommon enchantment, so it's very rare. You're looking at 2,000 gold, and it's probably going to take you about 10 days worth of this work. So that's 8 hours a day for 10 days.
So I don't necessarily need them to be strong.
If you don't want them to be strong, then you're looking at that cut the cost by a few hundred. You're looking closer to 1,500. So cut the cost by 500.
And does it have to
What
be
about the time?
Does it have to be a diamond worth, or is it diamond components worth?
Don't ask me questions at the moment. I'm doing math. My brain's stupid. I'm just rolling for it off the tables I have back here, for the record. You'd save a few days. It would take you 7 days instead.
Okay. Okay, I'll have to come up with something. But also, we're nearing break time, and I really need to pee.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an idea for what you're all doing. That way I can think on it while we're at break. So you will be doing gauntlet stuff with Sail doing Dispel Magic, I'm assuming?
Yeah, and then I probably need to have a quick chat about, like, what does look like with you.
And then what did you want to have the conversation with about with Styx?
Yeah, so I wanted to give you a heads up because I think I'm about to do something that might be upsetting for you. How much do you know about Stygian Iron?
I know of it, and I know what it does. Other than that, I don't think Styx knows. Like, I don't know, would it have pinged any necromancy? I don't remember if Styx did this, because if he did, it was a long
It'd be
time ago.
abjuration, I think.
So you guys have spoken out loud about what it takes to run a soul forge, and you know that it is necromantic flame.
Yes. Yeah, okay, so I would know that.
I don't know if you would know that, but I wanted to give you a heads up before there's any necromancy casted in your premises, and also to get your advice, because it's going to be the first time we're doing the soul forge stuff, but I think that it's necessary to have a weapon that is Stygian Iron, and I want to make it my gauntlets.
So, Styx is against necromancy specifically when it comes to the manipulation of life and death. Styx uses necromantic magic. Like, he does. It's not necromancy itself, it is tipping the scales, necessarily. So, raising dead, the abuse of undead, taking control, stuff like that. Raise dead, that kind of thing.
So, I wanted to just let you know what these gauntlets are gonna do when I'm done with them. I'm hoping for them to be able to dispel magic and to be used against people who are very capable of casting magic. That's kind of been a weak spot for us, is what we do whenever there's somebody casting things at us. There hasn't been really a solution for that, so I'm hoping to
The solution is kill them.
have gauntlets that are magic resistant and also might be able to dispel or at least dampen the abilities cast.
I'm working on something. I'm workshopping, trying to do something about magic and people casting it at us, but it's going to be a little bit before I think I can figure it out.
Yeah, it kind of is a little bit upsetting when, like, you just walk into a courtroom and then get your memories, like, rifted through, too.
I don't know
Did
if I
you
can
not
stop
expect that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I thought that, like, there would be, like, dinner or something first, but it was kind of just...
Oh, a governmental institution doesn't give a shit about your personal boundaries?
Yeah.
Shock and horror. I don't...
Yeah, but it made me realize that the class of things we're going up against kind of make Judge Isperia look small.
Something.
Yeah, so we better have ways of dealing with things like that.
That's fair.
It's really funny that you decided to message the Endwin Emperor and now are realizing.
You know, can I be honest with you? I didn't realize that it was the Emperor until it was too late.
Until you were already writing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, why don't we get a... I mean, I guess we shouldn't be talking about this out in the open, so maybe we shouldn't, but the fact that they know...
There's nothing
Yeah.
we can do.
There's at this point, I'm leaving that to the person who told me to tell them sooner next time.
So how... why would they tell you? Why would they tell you?
Why would Judge Isperia tell me?
She didn't know you were routing through her office, or Elder Conan's office.
No,
Why would
she
she
was
have any
just-
need to tell anybody that a message was sent to the Endwin Emperor
Oh.
regarding his sister's death?
I'm not sure what
She's...
your question.
Isperia isn't worried about sharing information with us. She's saying tell her things.
Yeah, she's saying like if I were to go do something a little bit crazy and risky, that I should probably like go and talk to the government first.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I think there's very few things we need to do that with. I think sending a message on behalf of a guild leader to the leader of a nation,
Yeah.
one of the few.
Again, one of those things where it was like, oh right, yeah, okay, that's what that meant.
Sorry, I'm a little bit sour.
No, it's fair. I think it's a little bit kind of like shitty that like y'all got in trouble for it, and you wouldn't have if you didn't just go into the courtroom. It seems like a little bit of like kind of punishing the heroes.
She might have
But-
charged us anyway
but-
with reading your mind. So
Yeah, I suppose so.
I think the issue is that even though we were all very vocal and upset with you about this, we did not go to her.
Right, but then you realize that I was going to, and like that kind of like solved itself, and like I don't know, it seems like one of those things where could have been just like a ploy to make sure that like you have community service needs, and then that you like join like the squad that she's recruiting, which you know like it's really hard to read that person. Like I'm a feline too, and I was just like, wow, I was true neutral.
You know, I wasn't very surprised when she went around, wagged her finger at us, and then said, "There's this thing I was going to ask you to do that might count." It's like, yeah. A contract I have no option about.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Kind of made me feel. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything about that. But yeah.
It will be the way it is. And we still want you on the guild pact.
Yeah. I should really get it added to that. Thank you for starting that, by the way.
Yes. I think.
Are we still good with the name?
What was the name again?
Well, I mean, it sounds like we might be forming a new squad out of 4 elite individuals. So
Freebird.
Freebird would be a good upgrade. Or Deadbird. Or
I think that would make me sad if we went with that.
Good McCafferty song, though.
Cats the musical. You know, that might be a good name for us.
Not a lot of music. I know that's on me, but not a lot of music, and not multiple cats.
I think a name that inspires something other than dread would be good, and something that we want to be instead of what we are right now. Food for thought. Or food for eating, as Mr.
Yeah.
whatever his name said.
What if we just chose like one word that was supposed to be like an ideal? Like ideal.
Law-abiding.
Ooh, that's a good one. Or
If you did law abide, I wouldn't have any later.
or something where like if you spoke it out loud, like it would like invalidate something. So like you are not sentenced to any crimes or something like that. So if they say it out loud, psych. Oh, that would be good.
We could be the psych. Are we
Ward.
detectives?
Psych
Can we cast
cast.
detectives. The psych detective agency.
Psych O's?
It'd work for your brain.
Or-
Right? You're a detective.
Or the psych ward.
Was.
You can still be one.
We'll
You can
find
be a
out.
private investigator.
Or reverse psychology.
reverse psych.
And with that, we'll go ahead and take our break.
Okay.
Welcome back. And for Manny, there we go. Hello, welcome back. We took a bit of a break, got some food. It was delicious. We had some. Say it again for me.
I'm mispronouncing it horribly. Za'atar Manakish, I think is what it was called on the menu.
It's delicious and sounds like a spell. Za'atar
Manakish.
Heavily
And I love
seasoned
it.
naan.
If anybody out there wants to fix our pronunciation, we'll work on it. But until then, I love the way it's said.
Unfortunately, we are a monochromatic cast and have no knowledge of that.
Correct. It does kind of suck. Well, before we left off, you guys went to court. Kinda, sorta. You had a private audience with Judge Isperia where you shared information. In much the way that Judge Isperia does, it took place in a court-like setting because that's the only way her mind fucking works.
I like to think that she sleeps at the court, like on like the bench or something.
She lounges on it when she's dreaming. Guilty. Contempt.
You dream of a perfectly law-abiding society or punishing people.
I mean, she did say no to genocide, so we do know where, like, the cutoff is.
Yeah, apparently she's not doing. She's not willing to do what it takes to get the vampire out of the world.
That's only if only she would have done that.
But we do know Tiana is all for genocide.
She was willing to hunt them down. That's true.
Aurelia.
I heard Tiana.
Aurelia.
Aurelia.
Probably Tiana by proxy as well.
Yes, Tiana probably was willing to, but yeah.
At this point, she's like, you know what? Fuck them kids. Where are they?
If only everybody would have fucked them kids.
You wouldn't be here.
I wouldn't be in this miserable existence.
You'd be a regular
Anyways.
drow half-elf.
After discussing about what information you knew, what information was required, you guys outed, or Alyssa outed, Captain Joanne Lois as being a traitor to the Azorius, and you saw her taken away. Lolax somewhere should be cheering.
Next, we need to out Professor Hurry somehow.
What has she done that's illegal?
Exactly.
We still hate her.
with us.
It's all over her favor, too.
We don't need a legal reason to want somebody to fail in life.
Can we, like, challenge her to a duel?
It's not independent work.
If she was the evocation teacher, yes. But she's not.
Can we make her fill in as a sub?
You can 100% go speak with, what I name him?
She didn't give me sub energy.
She's definitely got that Dom feel to her. Anyways.
I meant substitute. I don't know what you're talking about.
From there, you guys stayed in for a meeting where you heard one Narble Ninefingers get tell that Vathis is unkillable, or rather, he does not stay dead long, and that he will continue to come back and continue to keep fighting. The rage will not die. He commands the sands themselves, and once he took over for the Gruul, he helped in the attack on Gildro itself, captured one Niv-Mizzet, and has absconded with the rest of the Gruul and Niv-Mizzet into the Shadowfell. You guys invited him back for a drink, left back to the Pride's Call, where we pick up now, you guys discussing what to do next. And with that, how do you guys want to go about this? There's a lot of downtime activity you have going on. The gloves and gauntlets that you want to create, Alyssa, are going to take you on the low end 7 days, on the high end 10. You're going to take quite a bit of resources, stuff as well.
So the getting rid of the ogre gauntlet requirement didn't reduce the number of
You
days.
reduced it by like 3 days, so I'm not going to have anything to fight with.
Okay.
Assuming you guys have a fight in 5 days.
Hmm?
Assuming there is a fight in 5 days.
Yeah.
There might be.
I'm pretty sure if I just get regular gloves, I can use my suit, but yeah.
You should still be able to use a weapon.
Yeah, so if I like wear mail gauntlets or whatever, like it's considered part of my suit. It just becomes absorbed into it, so
Yeah.
I still have the ability to do that. It's just, yeah. It would be nice to have it. So I guess I'll just get started on that.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to do at least today was the scrying and sending the sticks and interrogating the gruel guy when he's nice and soft.
Interrogating.
Yeah,
Or
no.
talk to him. Yeah, when he's nice and saucy.
Okay.
Which I was going to let Sayil butter him up first.
I have a building project I want to discuss with the group that we've assembled here over the last however long. The map of the Pride's Call had some houses around it.
Mm-hmm.
Are the owners of those houses in attendance?
Yes. The one across the street that was smashed, the
Other
parents.
than the Loxodons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably go knock on some doors.
Yeah. You might need to go knock on some doors.
Okay. I will go and try to find those people.
Oh, hey.
You scratch yourself too
Guess so.
much?
Here.
Floor towels?
Better than no towels.
All right. You go about, start knocking on some doors, checking in within the inn itself before you leave. Yeah, a good majority of them are within the Pride's Call itself currently.
Okay.
Going around knocking on for the stragglers, there's about 3 others. They run the gambit between another small family, what look to be like forest gnomes. There is a dwarven man that literally has like a sticker bush coming out of his beard,
Okay.
as well as just a very, very haggard looking dragonborn man.
Okay.
Dragonborn woman, sorry.
If I can get all these people together, like in a room or outside, where we could have a conversation.
You gather everybody together. They're all kind of looking at you expectantly. You are Sail Stormson. You are of the Broken Wings. You guys have definitely made a name for yourselves out and about, and you do great things in times of trouble. So they're more than happy to meet with you, though they are a little confused and trepidatious.
So you're probably wondering why I wanted to talk to you all. I had an idea with all of the recent dumpster fire that the city's been. I've been trying to keep it off of our lawn as best as I can, but I've only been able to succeed so much, and I'll point to the Loxodon home. My apologies about not being able to keep the giant away. Further down the road, I tried to turn into a monkey, but he punched me out of it quite quickly. I've been hoping to talk to you all about starting the Selesnya Ward's first gated community. I really would like to have some sort of a fortifications, maybe like a wall and gatehouse and something to help keep people further away from all of our houses on this little street here. I was thinking of asking all these people who are staying and able to help out while they're here to help make it so that way we have somewhere to run to and be safe when things go wrong again, which I'm gonna guess they're gonna go wrong again soon.
You're just gonna come back and be like, what the fuck?
So I'm not putting forward the idea of putting a wall through anybody's house or anybody's property. I understand we're not the biggest fan of boundaries in this part of the city, but I really think it would be a good thing for us to have if we had some sort of a bigger perimeter than that one. I'll point at the one that we dug out quickly last night. Something better than that. And I wanted to clear it with all of you before I started just digging a hole somewhere.
You bring this up, and they quickly start to, families start to speak within themselves, right? You see other people are starting to murmur about it. The few things that you start to pick out before anybody really even steps forward to try and, make a counterpoint is probably a few logistical things. Whereas, well, like the Dwarven man would be like, well, if we were to set up a perimeter like this, then wouldn't that create a choke point for people that need aid
Yes.
and make it harder for them to get in?
So I'm thinking of adding several gate houses, some nice big ones, because I want giants to be able to visit when we're nice and things are open again. You know, it's not the Pride's Call with a big chair in it for no reason. We gotta have access. So I want there to be 2 or maybe 3 larger gates, so that way we can have all them open, let people in, and then if we have, and I'll point where I buried the giant, if we have another one of those guys walk up, there'll be something to slow him down at least, so that way there's a hole in the wall and not in a house.
Alright, but so you're talking about making a precinct within a precinct?
More like a neighborhood.
Splitting hairs, but sure.
Yeah. I'm not saying we would have any legal ramifications or anything like that. I'm not saying we have to form a homeowners association just to make sure that it works right.
A few people spit on the ground.
Yep. You're damn right.
Can I try to quickly draft up some like diagrams of what like Siles to like describing to like
I would have
assist?
communicated to you guys.
Yeah. Would you like me to roll for that?
No.
Okay.
But I'm thinking of basically, and I'll show them that it takes me 6 seconds to move a 5-foot cube of dirt. I'm thinking of doing about a 10-foot high dirt wall with a 10-foot wide moat, or a ditch in front of it. Doesn't need to have water in it. Wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't help. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not a constructor. I'm a talker.
Yep.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, you might want to rethink the dirt because somebody could just dig through it. Sufficiently motivated.
Then we bracket the dirt with the actual standing on material, so that way that we have an earthen wall underneath, like a wooden wall around it, so that way it's nice and stable. But that way we need less time and effort. We can pull things off and fix it easier. It's not complicated. But a nice high something to help stop like your random Minotaur or Rakdos friend just coming into our house.
So yeah, again, a few of them start to murmur and everything, speaking to one another. This is the Dragonborn woman at this point in time. You see her arms kind of like in a sling. And she is kind of messed up, but these look to be like older injuries, not from last night.
Okay, so do I think healing would help her at all?
You'd have to look into it a little bit further than just a brief glance.
Okay.
Be like a series of medicine checks, that kind of thing. What about the animals?
I think we could probably have nearby trees with some overhang to let some of the smaller critters in, maybe some vine lattices to help things crawl up, and we're not gonna, like, I'll point at Leonard, I assume is somewhere.
Lounging, yeah.
Like, I got Leonard, right? I'm not gonna keep him out of my house. He needs his freedom. I'm not gonna, like, the gates aren't gonna be closed unless there's an emergency. I don't think it should be considered we must man it at all times, we have to hire the neighborhood watch kind of thing. We now have some sort of structure that we can use when we need to. The rest of the time, we just try to not let it fall apart. Let the big things in, let the small things in, and we only worry about not letting things in when something like last night happens.
So what about flying things?
They can always get in. And I don't think we can build a dome or something.
Gates just like
You can
locks
plant
are-
more trees.
I mean, what?
You plant enough trees, they will come together.
Yep.
They do that over the Concordance.
I would not be opposed to building more trees and having them be...
Sorry, the canopy. I meant the canopy.
building more trees.
Let's build more trees.
For Selesnya, we can sing trees into existence.
Sure.
Like, Zahil's thinking of constructing trees and walls right now.
Tree armor.
Have you spoken with the Selesnian about it?
I didn't want to do that without conferring with you guys, because I don't want to go over your heads and ignore, like, this is also your home.
Again, they turn to like a murmuring band, though it seems to be getting more and more positive as they're like ironing out little points that they're bringing up.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, they all seem to come to a consensus. I'm just like, The gnomish woman will step forward and I'm not gonna act like I don't know that y'all bring a little bit of trouble with you.
Yep.
And I understand that you're trying to take ownership of that. But you did yell at the giant to come towards you. It wouldn't have come down if it didn't need to.
That's true. I was worried that it was going to continue ruining other people's homes throughout the night, unless it was stopped, and we had the ability to stop it.
Not saying you were wrong. But you're also gone for like months at a time.
Mm-hmm.
For doing jobs. I know you said there were no HOA, but... And nobody here wants that. Nobody here wants that. She hears like a bunch of people start to grumble about it. But maybe something a bit more akin to like a council.
Sure. We want to have a...
Still some government sale.
A neighborhood watch.
If we want to have something like that, we could definitely have, like, even when I am out of town, I think Talony or somebody else is going to be here in the inn, and we're going to have the
Where's Von Veer getting back?
He's stuck up in the Barrack North right now. There's werewolves about. I'm
Oh,
hoping-
dreadful cold.
I know. I'm hoping to take... Maybe we can take our boat up there at some point soon. Separate aside, no, this is a personal thing for me. I understand if it's a big ask. Somewhere to dock around here would be really cool, like a pier for us.
I mean,
We
the
put it over the inn, so that
the ship would have guns. That would help with the flying things.
Yeah, it would have mounted defenses that would, in case of emergency, let people kind of help out
Or escape.
or be an escape. Yeah.
There's a bit more murmuring as they go on about that. They're not quite sure how they feel about having an airship docked above their heads at all times.
It would be docked over the Pride's Call.
Still over their heads.
You're asking to build a lot of stuff in the wilderness fucking precinct.
This is... I'm assuming it's going to be like, yeah, can we transplant and grow trees right here, here, and here?
Right, you know, like a lot of the city planning around, even around actually all Guilds Row, the Selesnian have a good hand in some of it. That's why there are bits of green and everything everywhere, except for like maybe the smelting corner in areas like that.
Would I know of any particular giant tree species or anything like that that would grow above the Pride's Call to the point where, like, a latticework could be put between boughs?
Even singing trees
Yeah.
into existence, it takes time.
Yep.
When you're singing a tree into existence, you're not actually promoting it to grow faster as much as you're asking it politely in Sylvan to grow that way or that way.
Directing.
Right. There are spells like plant growth, things like that you can do, but it's a fairly... Once again, you guys are a little bit above most people's pay grade when it comes to magic.
Yep.
Even Alyssa being an artificer, you have more magic than most people ever will. So...
I'll explain to everybody that I do have, I believe, the ability to cause plant growth. Like, if they just know that spell or that magical ability, like, I might be able to do that myself. I'm thinking of asking for a specifically larger tree to be put behind the Pride's Call that maybe have something put between the boughs and a more temporary solution until that point in time. If any at all, if we want to wait entirely until that tree is there and is a part of the neighborhood itself before we discuss putting a dock in, I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's just something that I'd like to ask.
Dwarven man, once again, well, sounds like we get a bit of a council here in Beast Haven, and we, as a group, go speak to the Dryads up in Vitakazi, and maybe, as a group, we vote on things we may or may not want.
I think that sounds agreeable. How does that sound to everybody?
If you would like to, though you do not have to, you can go and give me a persuasion check.
30?
30.
Without checking? Yep, 30.
This was something that you could not fail, but there is a degree of success.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they all just like, how does that sound, everybody? Ah! As they all kind of start to shout.
So,
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak with Talony, and maybe we can get a bit of a council going while you're working on whatever you're doing.
certainly. I was gonna dedicate to my time to fixing up the house there with some of the magic I have, and seeing if I could get all these people here to assist while they were staying here if the Dryads sign off on it quickly enough. So, if anybody would like to go with me to discuss with the Dryads the logistics of this, after we discuss with Talony, and who wants to go with the council as we go. Those are my plans for the next 2 days.
All right, you got it. Cool. Well, with that, we'll go and break off and move on to somebody else. So, who wants to go next? We're working on downtime stuff.
All of my stuff is dependent on other people, so people that can go first, go first.
Okay.
I have to be around for everybody else, so.
It's almost like you're important.
Man. Don't everybody jump out of your seat at once. Jeez.
Yeah,
You have a lot of stuff you want to do.
I mean, I'm just making gauntlets.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, I don't know, like, hey, Soulforge.
Chop, chop.
I like to imagine that you see Sail with like a bit of paper out of the corner of his mouth. He's like, I've just finished the scroll, so I should be good. So I have a question. Are the leaders of blood required for the forge consumed?
Yes.
Okay, I can do this once.
How's that gonna work if I need it for 7 days?
You're gonna have to get a lot more blood.
We are gonna need, if you need this to run for 7 days, we need 12 liters of blood additionally. And I don't know how good the giant is anymore. He was kept cold. He's probably not baking under there. I can dig him up.
Well, I know that Styx made it so this blood isn't gonna go bad for a while.
No,
That
I did it on
container
the
of
bottle.
The containers of blood, not him.
Not the body
No,
of the
I
giant.
was talking about the blood.
Yeah.
So I guess I can't do anything then.
Maybe make some temporary armaments.
What?
We can use the cold forge.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can make with Gold Forge.
You can also see about sourcing more blood.
Okay. I guess
You got a Kex.
You probably the Simic would probably be a good people to talk to about that.
You can make better punch gauntlets that aren't sticky and iron.
Let's say
With the
Simic and
downtime.
Azette are two guilds that you could probably talk to.
Can I go to the blood bank?
There is no blood bank.
Is there a hospital where they would have transfusions?
There's Vichugazi, which does magical healing.
Would they?
They don't. Blood transfusions are not a thing.
I think, yeah.
I also think going into city in a time of crisis and being like, I need blood to make fist.
I think the Simic would be the best place to ask.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, do you have
Weird blood?
weird magic blood?
They're gonna give me synthetic shit.
Will that suffice?
I don't think so.
What makes you think it'd be synthetic? They actually splice stuff together.
I thought the way that it's always been described has been more like it was a monstrosity created, but I guess I could go to the summit.
Would I know, now that I have the spell, if synthetically magic blood would work?
No.
Okay. It does have to be organic.
Yeah. So I need something big.
The
12
Simic,
liters.
the Simic is using like parts of real monsters, so I don't think they would put in synthetic blood. I think they would probably use magical blood of some kind.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'll go to the Simic.
Okay.
Yeah.
You take a moment, break away, start to move across, going through Sunhome, by Nivix, the large castle-like structure that is home normally to Niv-Mizzet in the Azet League. As you go through there, you see that they are in chaos currently. People are running around. You see that there's some functionaries that are trying to figure out what shipments need to go where, who's supposed to be organizing what project. They're just yelling, screaming at each other. There are goblins running around on the backs of giants. And you do see a few well-known kobolds strewn throughout as they're just like, we need to get Dad! We need to get him amnesty! Amnesty!
Just send them to the Shadowfell.
But as you pass on through the smelting quarter and towards Zonot 7, there's that giant black disc that leads further and further down into the large, essentially hydroelectric dam that they have here inside of Guild's Row. And there are a few people getting on. There's another few get off. Hop on. The makeup of people here being a little bit different. You see that there's probably a few transmutation or even abjuration students here with pendant robes and stuff on. There are a few merfolk that are kind of in and around some sea elves as they start to bring their way further down. People with augmentations, a bit more animal-like. It immediately gets warmer as you guys reach the bottom, as it opens up into the tropical space of Zonot 7, as you're within the Zonot itself. There is a vast tropical area. It is humid and very, very warm. There are aquatic peoples moving in and out. There seem to be even tubes that lead to other areas for people that cannot brave the air itself. What would you like to do?
Is there like a science department or like something like that where there's probably people who would know where to find blood?
Can you speak to the blood department, please?
Above table. This seems like something that you are a little annoyed to play through. Am I reading
I
that
don't
wrong
like
on
the
you?
Simic. I don't like them at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
Is that Alyssa or is that Lizzie?
Oh, that's Lizzie. I don't like the Simic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to pass over this?
Yeah, I think I would.
Okay, we can do that. Passing over it, and we can go ahead and do this with a few checks instead.
Sure.
So if you'd like, go and give me an investigation check.
I was this close to just starting a little like blood donation site. That was just like unmarked and undescript.
Love that.
After everything that's just happened.
Hey boss, we need blood.
Apparently they don't use it for magic, so I'm trying to find my character sheet. So.
You're okay.
Well, people do. They're just frowned upon. A lot.
I knew I have proficiency in it, which is why I was like, okay.
Should have plus A.
Intelligence is +4. Proficiency is also +4 for you guys right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it should be a +8.
Her investigation should be pretty close to mine. I think 1 or 2 numbers below it.
I'm this close to getting rid of every single second
Yeah,
level
+8.
bard spell I have, just so I can get better.
19.
19? Perfect. It takes you a little bit of time, probably about a half hour of moving through the city until you find the actual like offices where they keep things in. It's a little bit more organic, right? So it's kind of hard to tell versus like normal streets and stuff like that.
Right.
But as you make your way there, you find it, and go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, if you will. And are you being open about what it's for, or are you just going around being like, hey, yo, I need blood?
Probably more descriptive about it, so that would be like a 17.
Cool. Roll at advantage then, because they'd probably find this interesting.
21.
21.
This cool cat needs some blood.
Yeah.
Let us know the result.
Magical blood is very, very important for what they do here. So, do they have it? Yes. Are they willing to part with it? Yes. Is it going to cost you? Yes. It's probably going to be around 100 gold per liter.
How many liters did I need?
12. You have 2.
I don't even have close to that many.
We do.
Yeah, but we only have like 6,000, so I'd be like draining like a sixth of the party funds, and then we need to make it multiple times. This is just for like.
It's for the first item. 7 days.
Yeah.
You need the 12 liters of blood for the entirety of the project, not for the first cast.
Okay.
Just to put it in perspective, how much was my Gravekeeper mantle?
I think it was 4,000. Is what you spent on it.
How much did we spend? Was it 25,000 or something?
25,000 on bail.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're good.
Okay.
This might be your one thing for a while, but if you want to do it, go for it.
Cat need mittens.
Because you're also building it yourself instead of us straight up buying it like we
Oh, buying something like this would be so expensive.
right. So
You kidding me?
it's like the cost is like
Yeah, how much would you charge for it, Alyssa?
All of the components plus 8 days labor.
yeah.
Yikes. All right.
So if you want to do it, go for it.
I'll make an IOU Broken Wings card.
All right. I'm assuming this is gonna be over the course of multiple days, so we're gonna go over. Assuming that like you're gonna go back, chat with everybody. Everybody signs off on it. You're gonna go back. You're gonna get it.
Also, definitely
Move
gonna
money
need
around.
like a
We're good.
courier instead of carrying around 10 liters of magical blood, which might raise some.
For the amount they're asking, they will deliver it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Also, rat.
True.
McGuire.
I spaced on the name, so I just went rat.
There's Lizzie and McGuire.
Yes, I understand the joke very.
Oh wow, that's just hitting, but hearing them, hearing them back to back.
The first time I heard it, I was like, fuck off. Psychic damage.
Oh, I'm glad that came full circle.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll give them the 1,000 gold, or the IOU, and then they can figure out the logistics for that.
It would be 1,200 gold for the record.
Is there any wacky or zany characters that I'll remember in the future?
None that you probably like.
Good.
Andrew, why 1,200 when we already have 2 liters? She only needs 10.
We need 12. For a total of 14 to cast.
Oh, you
7
need
times.
14. I thought we needed 12. My bad.
Because 7 days.
We needed to acquire 12. I wish we'd crunched that math when we had a fresh corpse in front of us, but next time.
It's all good.
Yeah, I tried to extract as much as I could.
Yeah.
So.
I got the soda bottle stuff.
That's the worst looking code red I've ever seen.
It's just 2 like Italian soda bottles.
Donkey.
There's a
It
little
looks-
bit of whiskey is still left in one of the bottles.
It looks like
Oh
marinara.
my god. Okay.
So,
Separated.
above table, you are working on this with your tools checks and with the assistance of Sail, plus your guidance, plus bardic inspiration, all that type of stuff. Taking the time allotted, you will get this done. No questions asked.
Okay.
So, just trying to confirm with you, we want the equivalent of Ogre Power Gauntlets. Or, no, you said you only wanted the spell snatching, correct?
Yes, and could we just like go over what you consider spell snatching and like the logistics of like what that looks like?
Yeah. So, spell snatching for you is essentially these will have the equivalent of dispel magic and counter spell inside these gloves.
Okay.
When a ranged attack is made at you, or due to your interception fighting style, somebody within melee range of you, you can reach out and grab it, using one of the 3 charges to essentially cast counter spell, and that will load 1 charge into your gauntlet.
And does that act like a spell refueling ring as well? Correct.
We can go about this a couple different ways. One, this can be arcane power you can hold on to do something like Arcane Smite, which on impact you can spend one of the charges to deal an extra d8 worth of damage.
Sounds great.
Okay.
What was the other option, just so I don't like pass over something that might have been even cooler?
Redirection.
Or we can use it like a spell refueling ring.
I think I
Where
would
it-
take the D8.
The D8. Okay.
How many
How
spell
does-
slots do you have?
Of which level?
Just in general.
Right now I think I have 3 second level, and then like
Okay.
5 or something first level.
Should be four ones and 3 twos at your level.
God, I'm like the only person that has access to like high level spells.
I got 4.
Specifically, I have 4 first level and 3 second level. No third level.
I have a question
Okay.
about AoE spells. Considering we fought the Death Angel, and that was a very
I was
long-
about to get into that.
Yeah.
This would not work on AoE spells.
So it would counter it for Alyssa specifically.
Single target.
It's single target spells only. So you can only grab a beam, not an AoE. So if somebody casts Fireball, you're not grabbing the entire Fireball. If somebody were to cast something like Scorching Ray, you can catch a Scorching Ray.
What about something like Blight? Or
Blight is touch, so
yeah, what
It's
about
still single target.
Okay, so touch spells are included.
So
Okay.
theoretically, if it was touch with Cloud Rune, if somebody goes after somebody with a
That's 2
with a-
reactions.
Correct.
Oh,
You
okay.
can't.
It would
Can't
be a
stack
reaction.
reactions.
Okay, that makes sense.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Because it's like sticky and iron, is there like any kind of magic resistance that I would get? Like similar to like how a barbarian has like resistance to damage types.
So, above table, there is something that's called Spell Sundering Shield. That would confer something like that. That is a very, very rare item. And if you wanted to go that route, it would cost you much more. It would cost you much more time and gold.
Okay. Is there? Well, I guess like maybe I can make a shield with that instead.
Well, you
later
can
on.
also put more enchantments on this later, right?
Or does it have to be done during the forging?
For Stygian Iron, it has to be done during the forging.
Okay.
Which is the reason you're using Stygian Iron is for the spell sundering part where you get to grab it and hold it as a charge.
Yeah.
If you just wanted something that casts counterspell, you could put counterspell into anything.
And that's fairly cheap too.
That'd be much cheaper. It's just this way she then gets an offensive output.
Yeah. It's not just a negate the spell, but you also get a redirection as well.
I would also say, it does not just have to be melee attacks that you put it into. Anything that your gauntlets you use, so like your lightning attacks that you use, you can then be like, I want to spend this charge, and you can add a little oomph to it.
Are you going to be Palpatine, motherfuckers?
You could, yeah.
Yeah, you basically are gonna have some Eldritch Smite now, or
Arcanes
How long do the things last in the gem? Is it like until
until expended.
Cool.
I have a question to add to it, just so we're all on the same page with it. Depending on what you absorb, does it change the type of damage that D8 is?
No.
Okay,
It is always going to be a D8 of thunder or a D8 of lightning,
gotcha.
Cool.
Okay.
Good call.
whichever version of your gauntlet you're using.
That'd be fucking hilarious to throw shit. Yeah.
It's like some necrotic came out. It's like you absorbed a blight and just went like. Cool.
It has to be thunder or lightning.
That's
Very,
what the
very
gauntlet
frightening.
damage type is.
Can she expend more than one charge at a time?
100%. If you have 3 charges, you can expend all 3, or you can expend only 1.
So that'd be 3d8.
Exactly.
How many uses does this gauntlet have of doing this?
It's charge based.
Okay, so she can
So-
she can snare as many times as she wants.
I see what you're saying.
That's what, yeah.
3 times a day you can grab.
Okay.
But is there a time limit on the stored energy?
No.
No, it's until expended.
So you can just
Additionally, this will also work as dispel magic. So if you walk up to like an arcane glyph of warding or something like that, you can put your hand over it, use this ability, and assuming you can make a spell check or anything like that as if it were dispel magic, if you have to, if it's like a higher level spell slot or something like that. That said, it is always going to act as if it is a 3rd level.
She took my job.
So I can't upcast.
Correct.
I took your job first.
There we go.
I do have one niche question that will likely come to combat at some point. If I silvery barb somebody and target her with the advantage, can she snatch that?
No.
Okay. If I target
Because
her
you're
with
silvery-
silvery barbs, can she snatch that? Like just the spell itself entirely?
Single target spell? Sure.
Alright.
Huh.
I can charge you.
I
Alright.
assume that we might have a custom item that will be added to the Discord for everybody to use if they so want to play around with spell gauntlets.
At the end of the session, I'll probably write one up. It'll be in there in a few
I
days.
do have a question. So, what about cantrips?
Cantrips, they count. You can shoot her with.
So, can I just cast guidance on myself and then, like, store it?
No, offensive stuff.
Firebolt. Like,
Okay.
So if I use
he could blast you with 3 charges of Eldritch Blast, and
You catch one.
That would be so funny, though, if, like, I was standing next to an enemy that was about to be buffed by somebody else and was
yeah, you could target just Alyssa with 1 beam while we're in combat, and then somebody else with 2 beams, and you can just catch
100%, you could, yeah.
I think, to be honest, it would probably make more sense.
give
for
me a
to
heads
do it.
up, be like, catch!
One day I'll have my real gun and my finger gun, and I'm like, catch!
Get that
Fuck, I killed him!
So,
Get that booger hook off of that
Keep
fucking
the
bag
hook off the
stick.
bang switch until you're ready to bring the hate.
alright. So, with that,
Devastating.
this will be done in the next 7 days.
Yeah.
So, now that I'll tie it up, that's good to go.
Our world kill.
Would you like to?
You could?
Yeah,
Would you like to run our errand?
Yes, and I would like, if Sail is done, I would like Sail to come with.
But I will go with you.
Because I want to also do the same thing on Von Beer, just to see how deep in the trenches he is.
Okay. Where are we going and what are we doing?
We're going to the Ebb and Feather for me to scry on Papa Brenton and
That's his name.
Papa Von Veer.
That was his first name. It was Trenton.
Oh, yeah,
Brenton,
Trenton.
Kix.
Nope, that's not. Those were all mine, not his.
Well,
Papa of Brenton.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go with you like in the morning of the next day. What you thinking about over there?
I was just like, does that mean that I can catch Isperia's, like, mind thing, too? I'm like, I think that would piss her the fuck off, and I'm not gonna try.
Single target damage spell.
Your gauntlets wouldn't work.
Well, I think he said offensive spell, so.
Well, that would mean you can.
We're not gonna find out, so
Yeah.
The gauntlets wouldn't work in the courthouse to begin with.
because they're magical.
Otherwise-
Well, they're sticky and iron, so they would, I don't know.
They wouldn't work. I'll tell you right now. They wouldn't work.
So you can cast, like, anti-magic on,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
You can still cast anti-magic on it. It's just a bit more resistant. So if you have somebody that's very adept at it,
Can
or
you,
if you had more time with Stygian Iron, you can learn some more things about
can
it.
you dispel magic on sticky and iron?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could catch the dispel.
Shit.
So. As you are wrapping up with one of your HOA meetings. I mean, not HOA meetings.
Town council of the tiny town.
So they're
I
paying for
just
the
want
trees,
you to realize
right?
you're still in government.
I don't want the government. It's just a mechanism by which I can get the ends.
You're still in government.
people need to hear this.
So, homeowner Sail and local neighborhood watch Sail, council member of the Beast Haven Sail. What are we doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm going with Styx and Kex to discuss with Von Veer, apparently, and then I might be going and discussing with the Dryads later today. I can concentrate on the Soul Forge regardless.
So when do we vote on grass length?
Grass like never.
No grass.
You're buying blood right now.
There's a surly dragonborn. The surly dragonborn woman, you see, when we argue about, like, vote on grass length, she spits and goes, the higher the better.
I say
Word up.
I say the only way we can kick somebody out of the group is if they act like too much of a bitch and try to add too many rules.
Here, here!
Alright.
And then the Broken Wings will hereby murder them.
No.
No, we send
For
Ken.
being the grave cleric, you threaten death way too much.
Is Ken still alive?
I'll take care of them after.
Morbid
Does
sense
it
of humor.
feel him
Your pact is still
in effect?
in effect.
Alright.
Best to just let him do his thing this time.
That's what I was doing.
Oh,
He'll be back when he's gone in fight.
I should do False Life on him.
How long is that last?
Not False Life.
Death Ward.
Death Ward.
Death Ward.
That's 8 hours, yeah.
That would be solid.
Oh, maybe he's dead. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
gauntlets are just going to be lost forever.
Oh no, we're gonna go in. Alyssa's gonna have to go and vie for vie, punch for punch, vie mirror match somebody who got your gauntlets.
Oh, that'd be bizarro, Alyssa.
There's a reason I didn't want to distribute the pattern for that too widely.
Yep, that's fair.
Well, with that, you guys get together, start to make your way toward the Ebon Feather Sanctuary.
I would need to. I would be going through the Pride Skull before we left, and I would want something close to Von Veer. I don't know if I would be able to get like a bit of hair from his bed or the forge.
Why do you need something
Close to
from Von Veer?
Vondir. Right here.
I mean, no, I need something
Oh, physical.
like scrying. Let me read. Okay, so knowledge-wise, it affects the modifier for the save, and then connection-wise, so a likeness or a picture is a -2 to the save. Possession or garment is a -4. A body part, lock of hair, bit of a nail, or the like is a -10. So
Likeness? Is that what you said?
body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, or the like. I don't think.
The like, okay.
Yes. So something from his body.
Well, he didn't have any hair. Like, he didn't even have eyebrows.
Yep.
Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna grab a shirt or something if he left it.
Definitely got some shirts, some aprons, some smocks, things like that laying
The
around.
one room we haven't rented out to people is Von Veer's little...
I would probably ask my mother if she has anything physical in regards to my father on her.
Papa.
She'll take her wedding ring off.
Oh, she won't be needing that anymore.
Wait, who took their wedding ring off?
Colony.
Which mother is that?
Styx's.
Texas, mom. Shut up.
You are beautiful shit.
I haven't been that much of a shit.
Alright, to the Ebon Feather.
Alright. You spend some time making your way through, going towards Plaza East, where the Ebon Feather is held. Eventually getting there. The Ebon Feather, much like your guys' house, is currently a place of refuge. There are a bunch of people moving in and out of it, some that are injured. You see Shadow Dusk is moving between cot to cot, healing those that were attacked or hurt, as well as, what was her name?
Do you have healing word today, Styx?
I do.
Spend all of your spells.
Pathara?
Thank you, Pathara.
Hey.
As well as Pathara moving through doing the same thing.
She's the one that ripped into us, right?
No, that's Portia.
Portia.
Portia, not being seen here, though you do know that she has her own sanctuary further into the city.
Yeah, she's the Kellenvor priest. So this is the Raven Queen.
Yes.
As they all continue to work, Pathara, you see she's kind of chuckling to herself, going like, yeah, so much for time off. As this is technically supposed to be her rest time.
While we go through, I am going to take count of those who are wounded, and I will just expend 3 cure wounds to whoever needs it.
Alright.
I'll do 2 healing words.
Some nice pats on the back.
You guys sweep through, do your own little bits of magic. Styx is very much in tone with the rest of the people here, as well as the building itself. Sail's, yours a little different. Green and full of life. You guys managed to bring 5 people back, healing them up a little bit.
Could I, while I'm here, would it help if I casted Bless on the people trying to heal everybody else? Like, Shadow Dusk and...
Certainly wouldn't hurt.
Bless the people making medicine checks.
Yeah. That, and I guess I'll bless Styx too, since he's going to be doing the scrying stuff.
Alright, you got it.
We have no Nord.
Give a little bit of Raven Queen.
I don't like that.
Why'd you gotta make it like that? What the
Because I
fuck?
felt like it, and that's clearly a bad choice.
You reach out, giving the Raven Queen's small blessing to her own dad's priest, as well as the other two that also needed help. You guys approach the fountain, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Alright.
We'll, hand you the...
I'm gonna slip it on. I gave you a ring. I'm gonna flick it into the fountain. And then I'm gonna start casting Scrying.
Okay.
With the name. What does the name remind me?
Rukim.
Rukim. We could all hold hands, and we're gonna look into the fountain. So, I'm assuming you have Scrying up too.
I do not.
I will.
Wow, Andrew. Wow.
Wow, our DM is so unprepared all the time.
Don't even.
Oh, he's gonna
Don't
hit me!
even.
He's gonna hit me!
No.
Keep the cameras on, please!
He opened the sim so he could realistically build the gated community for Pride's Call while trying to use spells.
Why do you gotta be slow?
So it does specify on this particular plane. Target must make a Wisdom saving throw, which
He's
is
not on this
modified by
plane,
how
it's
well.
totally fucked.
So my spell say so it's a Wisdom 16, and I'm assuming it is second hand knowledge, or would it be first hand because I haven't met them, even though
You have not met him. No.
Okay, so they would get a +5 to their Wisdom save modifier, but the possession of garment would mean it's a -4, so it's
Plus
+1.
Vonvir's fucked. He's getting like a -10, even though you don't have his hair.
Next time I'm gonna be like, Vonvir, can you just give me one of your nails or something?
You didn't
Once it
grab
has-
his drool-soaked pillow?
Here, little bird man. It's the whole nail. It's not a clipping.
So, as you flip the ring into the water, it clouds black for a brief moment. And last time you did this, it was because it had to find where you were looking. Above table. I rolled an 18. He has a wisdom of +1 and a +1 bonus to the other stuff for a dirty 20. Someone come look at this.
It better not be a 20.
Slam-wise.
Look at this.
Oh, it's a 1.
Nice. Nice use.
That was for saving the children. I'm gonna go back and pat them on the head.
You're a
Can you still
wonderful
read
person.
it?
He's a little far away, unfortunately.
So, you wait for a moment. It is still dark and it's still black, and you are confused as to why it would be that way until things start to come into focus. And you realize it is not black because it is the inky black of scrying, but it is black because it is in a different time zone, and it is night there. Looking in, you see little bits of firelight, and then two glowing amber eyes, cat-like slits coming down.
Everybody can see this, correct?
Mhm.
Like when looking in.
It's in the fountain itself.
Okay.
Kex, this is the first time you have the barest memory, really. Your father has aged. He has grown stubble. There's gray starting to peek through bits of his hair. He has dark skin, almost like chestnut. As he's less walking, but more prowling through the forest. So he's looking left, he's looking right, he is being very careful of wherever he is going, seemingly not wanting to be found.
Imagine if I could send him while you were scrying him, so we could see him jump. I
You
could take that spell, but I didn't want to step on your toes.
continue to follow this vision for a while until you realize he is on the outskirts of a camp of some sort, looking into somebody else's camp.
Any distinguishing marks or anything of a camp? Is this like...
Scrying's fairly limited. It is focused on him.
Okay.
You realize he's on the outskirts of a camp because of the way the firelight bathes him,
It's like a POV game.
though he is behind some trees currently. He is intentionally staying hidden. And then the spell fades.
Do you want to do both the scries then message, or do you...
I cannot. I just read. On a successful save, the target isn't... Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's... On fail save...
Yeah, on failed you can do it again.
Okay, cool. Sorry. And I think that's only if I affect them, or is it the whole spell? Okay, well, does that give you any insight?
I just... You needed to see him so you could send the message, right?
This is true, but
That was the point.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. It looks like he was hunting something.
Yeah.
Is he also...
I don't know.
He looked kind of funny.
I remember his eyes, but, you know, kind of come from a weird family, I guess. My mom seems to be the most normal one.
Does Kex look more like his mom or his dad?
I look a lot like my mom. Like, almost. Like, it's weird for you to see that is my dad, with how much I look like my mom.
Because he's like warmer tones compared to the cooler tones.
Right, so Kex is drow. He's half drow, right? So he has darker skin, but he's almost purpley, right? Whereas his dad is like chestnut toned.
What we saw, older, graying-ish hair, chestnut tone, cat-like eyes,
Seemed like it.
and they were glowing.
Yep.
Or did it look like the reflection of the fire?
At first, it looked like they were glowing, and then as things came into better focus, it looked like it might have just been a reflection of fire.
I shared with you the memory that I had of him. His eyes were the same then.
Okay, cool. Alright, well, I guess we'll try and speak with him after he's done eating, or whatever he's doing.
Yeah, we can give that a little bit of time and send the message before bed. Don't want to...
So why are we scrying on Vondir?
I just want to know how he's doing, and knowing Von Veer, if he's downplaying it.
Good call.
We see him, he's missing both of his arms, and he responds, "Ah, yes, Birdman, I'm fine."
Everything is good. I am stuck still, but we are fine.
Okay, so then I will start washing one of Von Veer's shirts.
I will pluck the ring that you were so disrespectful with out of the fucking water.
Well, prestidigitate to dry.
Thank you.
So he would get a -5 and then a -4 to the save. Also, I don't know how scrying works, is if somebody can fail on purpose, or if it's just like they feel magic is coming towards them and they're going to make
They feel a presence on their mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if somebody was aware enough that someone friendly might be scrying on them, they might willingly fail it, but...
So -9 to a wisdom 16.
Alright. He's a little preoccupied at the moment, so I'm also going to give him disadvantage.
I was going to say, I don't think he can pass this.
Well, you never know, you know.
You said he has a -9?
Yes. How negative?
Dirty 0.
Nice.
Woo! I didn't get negatives, but I'm
Does he
damn
have
close.
plus to wisdom?
Probably.
He has a +1 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he
So,
wasn't. That
even
wasn't
if
what
he
I
rolled a
for.
20, he wouldn't pass.
I feel like his dump was Dex.
I think Dex was okay. I think it was charisma.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't even track because we all love Von Veer.
I think it's because of the low charisma is why we love Von Veer.
Yeah, he's kind of an
I do
awkward.
not know them, as you see.
All right. What do we
Charisma
see?
bar owner.
You jokingly said, he was like, yeah, he could wind up with like 2 missing arms and he'd say that he's fine. Instead, as it clouds and turns into this black inky water and it lightens back up. You know, Crab Keep is relatively in the same time zone. It's just north of you guys quite a bit. So, as you take that into account, you see that Von Veer is on a frozen waste. He is he is bundled up in like various leathers, furs, things like that. Large hammer by his side, and Sputnik, the automaton dog, are duking it out right now with a Yeti.
Oh. Nice.
Oh shit! So I see them like, oh shit, get him! Get him!
This is fighting
Hit him with the jab!
You see Von Veer comes through with his warhammer, boom, slams this thing's knee out, and then with his other hand, it glints as metal. You see he grabs it by the jaw and rips it down. He has a few people out of focus pile on this Yeti as well as they are fighting this thing back. He's in the middle of combat, and it looks as though he has lost an arm.
But he has a metal one.
But he has a metal replacement.
He's Mirko, bro. Anyways, does this place look familiar? Is it just ice?
Yeah, it looks like everywhere around my home for hundreds of miles.
Okay, so I know that I said before we should probably deal with your stuff, but I really don't want to go there. Can we, like...
Sucks. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You put my mother's wedding ring on, and then you... Jesus. Like, Sticks, I know we're asking a lot, but fuck.
Okay, to be fair, I've never really left Guild's Row, and that place looks
You
frigid.
have.
Yeah, I went to the Cloud Mountains.
You also went to an entire other country.
Yeah, but... okay, was it cold?
Have you ever been somewhere where it's cold?
Yeah.
Does Celestia ever get cold, really?
No. It's a desert city that is somehow
Well,
tropical.
then how do you know you don't like it if you haven't tried it? Alright?
Did Von
You
Veer-
said this about dinner last night, too. I don't want to hear it.
I've never had an issue with the cold.
Did Von Veer look like he was having fun?
He's a frost Goliath. He always has fun.
Did he look like he was having fun?
You look down, he is laughing his ass off. He has, at this point in time, you guys are having this argument, you look back down at the spell, he's holding the Yeti head up.
Look at
Looks
him!
like he's having a great time. What are you talking about?
He's home.
This actually looks rather refreshing compared to what we usually fucking
That is
deal
so
with.
much nicer than 10 vampires, dude.
Right. That actually looks fun. Like, fun. Like, oh yeah, Yeti, woo, let's go.
I can be a mammoth, and it'll be cold enough that I won't
Yeah.
be miserable. And you can ride on my back.
I'll keep you warm, Sticks. Don't worry about it.
You're not warm!
That's the joke, Sticks.
He was saying that the cold didn't bother him, too.
Oh, what? You can say that the cold didn't bother him anyways?
Yep.
That doesn't look like a keep.
Yep, he finally got out, it looks like.
So it looks like he's heading north. Looks like it only cost him a trivial arm.
Well, he got a new one.
Just out of curiosity, how mad would he be if we were able to somehow, I don't know, teleport, warp,
Ahead of him.
yeah.
Probably pretty.
Okay.
I think it'd be worth it.
Because we might have to go to the pendant for something eventually anyways, and maybe we can, if we get free.
I was hoping to take the
Remember,
ship
you
over.
guys all have a trial date now too, so you can't necessarily leave either.
Don't remind me.
They'll probably get to us the same day they get to you and be like, I'll sentence you all to community service, you guys get significantly less.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I should have a bank
A bank?
A bank.
of community service.
Yeah, you actually should.
You should.
That's why. That's why I'm pissed.
That was
Six is gonna like rip the shirt out of the water and start walking away.
Sticks, I just want you to remember what she said. She really does not want to do this to us. She has to. Think of her position. I know that doesn't make it sound any better. But think about her position. If she would... It's already kind of considered giving us favoritism.
She's the head of an institution. She can choose to enforce the rules.
Yes, and what just happened to somebody else who broke the rules right in front of us.
Okay,
The lady?
Yes.
I'm just
She's a
saying.
bitch. We're fine.
Yes, but she
Way
still broke the
different.
rules. It's not... On paper, it's not.
I'm just saying, she rooted through our minds. She should see how visibly pissed all of us were.
And we all
Paper is made
consensually
from the
walked into
corpses
there.
of what I care about. It's not a valid excuse for being a bitch.
I'm saying it could have gone a lot worse. I think me walking around right now is proof of that. So, she has given us as much grace as she could and is trying to help as much as she can. She's in a position where she is very limited on what she can do.
Oh yeah. By the way, does anyone find it very unsettling that she has only theoretical ideas of what a hierarch is?
I think she just wasn't committing to answering. Like, I think she knows, oh, yep, that's a kind of lich.
No. It is a little concerning with how long she has been around that she doesn't know a whole lot about them, but she does know about them in theory. But you have to think about, from what Alyssa has described and what we have learned ourselves, think about the amount of setup that takes for one to actually get put into a place of power. Like, think about the hundreds of years and the amount of offspring and things you would need in place in order to make this hierarch work.
Like a whole empire.
It's not exactly common.
Piggybacking off of that, should we give the Draco Lich heart to Isperia,
No.
or
Nope.
they know we have it?
Yes, and she did not ask for it
I
for a reason.
am worried that this
Vathis.
Vathis guy is coming after us. Well, when he possibly figures out.
Kid Vithis.
So, the new head of the Gruul did not know we took it. If he didn't know, Vathis did not know.
Just saying, he
Might.
seems
Might not
to
know.
be.
He absconded off to the Shadowfell instead of coming after us, when he definitely could have in the city.
He could have come after us after the giant.
If he knew we had the heart, he would have come and got it. So,
It stays in McGuire.
After the
do
vampire.
not, we are not giving that to, now that we know what that was intended for, we are not giving that to anybody.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we're all clear on that. So,
Yeah. Especially Jed.
Yeah.
still upset about that too.
Yeah, I am too.
Sorry I didn't allow him to run more errands for us, but I think that his errands with us are done
Well,
after your trial.
you wouldn't have had to make any deal for him to get you that info, is my only reason for that.
Yeah, until after the fact where he charges us for the other things that he had.
He had 2 hours to get there. He
He
would have
would-
had 1 hour and 50 to transcribe. That
No,
was-
then he would have counted the hours coming back.
Correct. Mileage is also on the way.
And then we would have had to haggle with him more, and he is already expensive enough.
I think it was worth it, but I respect your decision to not. We say this as we're walking back, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Are you
Also,
gonna-
I will remind him of the questionable favor that you will have to do at a certain point
Yeah.
outside of Guild's Row.
I'm aware of that.
Stiggs, are you ready for brain radio?
Oh, for
The two guys we just peeked at?
I was gonna wait to have mine sent until I was back, since it very clearly looked like he was in the middle of something. I think Von Beer wouldn't mind as much as mine would.
So I
How
was
much-
asking.
Yeah.
how much should I mess with him?
Minimally. But
Raise your left hand.
enough that he thinks it's funny.
I'm going to cast Sending
How many fingers am I holding up?
at Von Meer.
Pride's called safe.
You might want to check that Yeti head again. Still alive. Pause. Just kidding. Stay warm.
Tell him the Pride's call is safe.
Only 15 words.
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna poke
No,
him.
25.
No, I said you only used 15.
Yeah, you
No,
only.
You only use 15.
You have 11
Yep.
more.
Yeah.
Wait, did I?
10 more.
Boo,
Oh,
boo, boo,
you're
boo,
right.
boo,
You're
boo,
right.
boo,
You're
boo,
right.
boo, and then one more hand.
Price call is still safe.
20.
Keck still is a criminal.
He never knew that.
It's a brief moment. And then you just hear chuckling. Good to hear from you. Yeti is no match for our combined forces. Small band managed to get out. We are looking for food.
I think he found some, to be honest.
Yeti ribs will be good for tonight.
Yeti ribs. I'm marbling on it. It's gotta be insane.
Glad to hear you are all doing okay still. Still need help. Lots of love. Vambia.
XOXO. He ended it XOXO.
What else did you say?
That it was funny.
Good.
Yeti ribs are going to be good.
Okay.
Still looking for food. Still needs help.
Okay.
Glad we're okay. He didn't mention anything about Kex.
That's fair. So,
Because he probably very clearly realized that there wasn't a need for it. Almost like saying that.
so we went out on the tundra without enough
I have
supplies.
extra words left. He had some people with him too, so I don't know. Maybe they're going through supplies faster.
I think they had to like break out and go get some food because they're still hunkered down, seemingly.
Alright.
No food carts up in the north.
Not when there's black cloths surrounding all of it.
If you get food, that food is yours unless somebody barters for it.
Wonder how black cloth tastes. I don't know.
Not tastes like ash.
Well,
Really burnt steak. Extra
I'm
wet.
still a person, so let's
Charcoal.
not talk about that. I realized that after I said it.
Are you expressing discomfort at the idea of consuming from people?
When the idea is about other people consuming people, yes.
Okay.
For me, it's normal. But I'm also not eating a person, just draining their
Part of
essence.
Give them the
I've never drank
slip.
somebody to death.
Yeah.
Alyssa was talking about a new guild pack named one word. What about hypocrisy?
That
That'd be a good name.
is alarmingly accurate.
I mean, we're all there.
The wings,
Except for-
the wings of hypocrisy.
You need to bring back a zombie, and I will continue to never play music.
I would.
This doesn't count as a zombie.
I'm not gonna lie. I've kind of thought about possibly raising dead for bar help.
Sticks.
There is a deep, disquiet anger you feel in the back of your head.
I would never ever let you live that choice down and
That-
would call you a hypocrite for the rest of your life.
Alright.
If that is the reason that you do that.
I think that was a joke. Don't go calling other people hypocrites for the rest of their life. It'd be funny though.
Also, I don't think labeling our guild as hypocrisy would get us a lot of business.
That's okay, I want to retire young.
I'm just saying,
Great.
the criminals saving the world is pretty funny.
Then just why don't we say just the criminals?
Can we just call ourselves questionable characters?
Why not hypocrisy?
That's how this conversation started.
That's what Jeremy said.
Yeah. Call ourselves hypocrisy. Why not?
Well, okay, we'll sleep on it.
How's the Soul Forge going? Now that we're back.
You would not believe the amount of souls you have to forge.
Has anybody gone missing?
Who's asking?
Me.
Me.
I mean, considering it's just blood, it's kind of like the essence of somebody. So,
That's fair.
yeah.
Do you need any dispels?
I could use one here, maybe one there.
So what kind of blood did you get?
I think it's best not to ask.
The less you know, the better. Well, you just made it so she has to go and get more!
That
you
is
gotta
one
give
leader
some.
that's contaminated. No, I'm kidding.
You have to add some now.
You put your finger in there, take a lick. It is oddly fishy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And kicks
The viscosity is like kind of slimier than normal blood should be.
That's a good sign.
No.
Why did I let you into Hallow's Gate?
Are your gauntlets going to be like full of omega-3s and
I'm
fatty
surprised you
acids?
didn't do that.
What?
Something like that.
I'm assuming the Simic wouldn't tell her what kind of blood it was, so best to know where our moral stance lies with what we got. And I think you're fine though.
It's magic blood, and look what it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of, what about the name Hypocrisy?
I mean, so far from what I've seen, pretty accurate.
I've stayed true to my
Everybody
words
say
at
2.
every turn.
Say 2.
Dose.
We could name ourselves too.
Wings.
Two wings.
Wings.
Or how about this? Hot wings.
Why was it even hard for you guys to say two? You're saying it when I'm not even here.
He's taking psychic damage.
Hey! How you doing?
You see, he's wandering in.
Oh. Wow, you look.
These are awesome.
How much things have you punched?
So many things.
There's
There's a sack of teeth.
No, he's just knocking teeth out. Fuck. No.
Andrew,
Shit.
Andrew, I'm gonna ask. Okay, first of all, is everybody in this room comfortable with teeth?
You're asking me.
I'm asking everybody. You
You're
didn't
the-
like the Simic
You're the only one without them.
Yeah.
because I have a shield that was not originally mine.
Yeah.
What are you getting at? You're gonna put teeth on your shield?
You're gonna give him the shield?
Don't.
Why are we putting
Andrew,
teeth on the shield?
my original shield looked like a ribcage, right?
You got.
Please don't. I am asking you, please don't. do
Andrew,
You don't have an eyeball with teeth.
Andrew, I'm asking if I can cover the Sentinel shield in this bag of teeth.
Getting the hot glue gun and just gluing teeth. Oh man.
It's been bugging me ever since I got it.
Can you ask in character, please?
I'm going to take this bag of teeth, and I'm going to take my shield, and I'm going to go up to Alyssa and put them down right next to the Soul Forge. Alyssa, we've been talking about a workshop and an arts and crafts, right?
You're talking about the
Beautiful
teeth?
picture for
Yes.
a grave tender right now.
Like, is it like macaroni art?
Basically, look at this shield. Look at it. This looks like some
That's
air
perfect.
gnome.
It's perfectly a good shield.
Yeah, this is an air gnome contraption. I'm gonna like go upstairs and bring back down my old shield, which is literally just like
A ribcage.
hammered bronze, or what looks like bronze. It might just be aged like steel, and then like bones coming up into like a ribcage form, big round buckler almost.
That's pretty ornate.
See, now look at the two.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty bland shield. That's the marks of average craftsman. That would be great for commission.
I just need help.
Whoa.
The gnome isn't there.
I know.
Andrew's taking psychic
The
damage.
master craftsman from the fucking hierarch ward of the gnome civilization.
Kex, I don't wanna hear it from you. You're all about teeth. This is gonna be cool.
You don't even want cats on your
So
shield.
you're asking me to put the teeth on the shield?
You don't
We'll
even-
just help. There's a lot.
You don't even know who.
So
Sticks, what if you're walking by and you walk by the person whose tooth is on there?
How many people can recognize their own teeth?
Well, when there's a bunch of people who started missing teeth all of a sudden, someone's just walking around with a shield full of
I don't
teeth.
just walk
He's a
around.
bowman.
Okay, just so you guys, I don't walk around. So I've had the cloak, right, and I have the armor. So my shield is on my back under the cloak.
Yes, Kenjar?
That's not Ken.
No, that's Ken.
Okay.
You see, as you guys are all bickering about teeth, I think they might know their own teeth when they see them. As he points down, you see a bunch of vampire fangs.
My boy.
Legend.
Now I definitely have to put them on here.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, now you can put him on.
Everybody's like, alright, fine.
How did you...
He's good.
Hey,
What's the design?
listen.
Okay, I want them coming from the outside in,
Can you
kind
close
of
the door?
like a reverse scale mail, where they're all like pointing in, going to a point.
You make it look like a mouth.
And then, yeah, basically, like a
Like a venom mouth.
what would be like the mouth of
Close
something
the
that I
door.
Could
know
you close the
is
door?
really messed up, that has like a lot of, like, I don't know, like a big worm of some kind that has a bunch of teeth
So-
lining
Sandworm.
it.
Purple worm.
Sandworm.
Okay, I'm gonna say the words that I've been trying to say now. Do you want it rotating or not?
Yes.
Okay. How fast?
Can it change?
Yes.
Yeah, like a, I don't know, some kind of like top that someone would spin in an arena. To
Do you want it
fight
so
other
fast
tops.
that you can't tell that they're teeth, or do you want it so slow that like? It's
No,
like-
I want them to know it's teeth.
Okay, all right.
Teeth are bones.
That's okay.
I need to know it's bones.
Their bones.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Do you want like lips that close from either side of the buckler? Or?
Please no.
Some big old fleshy DSL on the outside of the shield.
Do we
The
want?
outside, I can source other bones, and then it could be cool. Eventually, I could put the ribcage over the spinning teeth.
Okay.
This is a more like torso-shaped shield, right? Because like mine was like a buckler, and the Sentinel shield I think is like longer, more like a
It's more like a kite shield.
yeah.
Okay. Cool.
You're really painting a beautiful picture of your god, aren't you?
Death doesn't care what you think about it.
I'm just recycling.
Okay. Do you want some of these teeth to be dyed?
Let's make like rings of them gold.
That'd be dope.
Okay. All right. So, how about this? Teeth, and they rotate, but there's always a picture of scales and balances that with gold teeth.
That's pretty cool.
Excellent.
Oh my
Okay.
god, we're monsters.
I'm the
for the-
baddies.
for
I
good.
say as I hammer in the teeth.
We're monsters for good.
So, Ken, you look like you got a story to tell.
Honestly, if I'm concerned.
That's fair.
That's
I'm gonna get down and squat right in his face. You're concerned.
You're talking about putting teeth on a shield. To be fair,
Where?
I defanged people that were going to hurt the greater populace.
That is not why you did it.
I was also told I'd be paid for vampire fangs.
yeah, I
Yeah.
did tell him that.
Yeah.
You don't get the rest of these teeth.
What?
No,
You get the vampire fangs. There's like 6.
No, I will pay you for the teeth.
I don't want to.
I will go and find my own.
Find your own. Go and desecrate corpses, hypocrite.
He said it.
He said the words. He said the title. He said the title. Of
Yeah,
the,
I
of
can
the,
only
this
imagine
episode.
what Kellen Vor's thinking right now.
These teeth are mine.
Why?
Because you're a dick.
Okay, hear me out, hypocrites.
Do you not remember?
I was thinking hypocrisy, but spells
I said
like democracy
Two.
at the end.
Do you know how many hoops you made me jump through?
I didn't make you jump through any.
What about like Socrates, but Hippocrates?
You two in particular.
And Ken, you did a great job.
Great, thanks. You.
Yep.
I did what you asked. I found the guy.
You found him.
Found the guy.
Absolute legend.
You're not gonna like where he is.
That sounds about right.
Didn't expect to.
Where is he at?
You know the big lake that's underneath the ground?
Yes.
Yeah.
Down there.
Checks out.
Under it.
Under the lake?
As in like underwater.
They don't need to breathe.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neither do we, so
No.
we can make that work.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Down there. back in like even some further Undercity. I'm not even sure if that's technically Guild's Row anymore. But I just want to go over it. That's where the gray men are coming from. They float up to the surface and then they come out, and that's where they're given orders and yada yada yada. It's a great time.
Do you see any squid people?
Buddy, do you know how I breathe? Do you know how hard it was for me to get down there? I was not looking for squid people.
I'm just asking. Some of them like to eat people's brains, and that's important to know before we go.
I did not see any of those.
Thank you.
And if I'm being honest with you, I haven't even been inside. I just found out it's where he was.
That's what we have to.
That's it. We're done. All right. I'm taking these.
No.
Goodbye.
I need the teeth.
And at that point in time, you feel your contract has been concluded.
You guys pissed him off so much, he left of his own accord. He's not going to help us anymore.
And he runs away.
Oh, wait. Can I make him go back to his own plane now that our contract is done?
He's the one that severed it, not you.
Well, he's going to be a problem.
So I don't get the teeth?
No.
Yeah, you guys fucked with him too much.
That's why I'm always nice to my friends.
I didn't really fuck with him. I had a deal forced on me that I said, okay, well, do this thing for me, and I'll say, I didn't fuck with him at all.
You pissed him off.
To be honest, I could
I pissed him off because I made him
about
work.
him.
This is the one that antagonized him every time he could.
Didn't you cast slow on him?
No.
I cast blindness and then deafness.
Yeah, you literally, like,
Oh, he deserved it though.
I feel
I
like
don't
he
feel
would-
that.
If you had teeth, you would have no more teeth. Alright, that's what I'm saying.
I feel like he would hate that though, because like, imagine how long it would be.
He might actually prefer it because it would feel like time is not moving as slowly around him anymore.
yeah.
Like he actually fits in with the timeline.
So we know where the vampires are coming from now.
Yep. Let's let the Azores know.
Okay. I'm fine with that as long as I get to do something about it.
And so that way they know that it is outside of the Glugari's purview, and we can burn it down with impunity.
Can you also send a messenger to Isperia about it? Because I cannot right now.
Sure.
Now, can you send a little animal?
When I'm not focusing on the Soul Forge later tonight, I will send a squirrel.
Cool.
Probably a bird.
And
I think that she'll be impressed with our immediate improvements after almost crying in a courtroom because we got scared. Or am I speaking for myself?
I wasn't happy. I'll say that.
I nearly
I
cried
fully-
3 times.
I fully expected her to do that. So.
Yeah, I've always stayed on the good side of the law.
And the bad side of your friends.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Friends are much easier to deal with.
That's fair.
I don't know about that. Ooh, what if we called ourselves friends?
We
Thank
do
you for
behind closed
being a
doors.
friend.
Bird friends.
No, hear me out.
Bird
We
friend.
own, like, basically a bar. If we started serving coffee, and we like rented out some of the rooms that
What
were
if-
like really nice.
What if there was a
like,
really awkward
rent
staircase?
control?
Oh.
No rent control.
Michael Jordan really liked to play that was based off of that. It's great.
Oh yeah, you're. I forgot you were a big Michael Jordan fan, Kex.
Yeah. His autobiography is fantastic.
I'm not we already served coffee.
Okay, that's fair.
Nobody
We could even call ourselves good friends.
It's also not really a bar right now.
Or
Oh.
how about pals for life?
Cheers.
Also great.
Twin Peaks.
Ooh.
That's not bad.
That's closer.
That's actually,
That's way closer.
That's not bad. How long has it been since we did the scrying, approximately?
Oh, at this point in time, it would take you guys probably like another 45 minutes to get back. You guys have been putzing around the tavern, talking, going through all this, so probably an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Can you send a message now?
Just gonna spitball another one. Twilight.
That's a bit Shadowfell.
I mean, we already. Well, I come from.
I mean,
a
we
little
did
bit.
just
I spent
restore
some time there.
a Twilight Sanctuary.
I was gonna say like the Fae, the vampire, the fact that we were named after birds and we only had 2 of them.
If
Now
we're
we have 2.
involving Twilight with the Fae, that's going to be unseelie, and they're...
I do like the idea of some kind of light being in it.
How about dusk?
Duskies.
Dusk sounds a little bit
Dusk
more...
something. I like dusk, but like add something to it.
Duskbiter.
Dusk friends.
Dusk friends! There we go.
It just sounds like DuckTales at that point.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Dibs on Scrooge McDuck. That is I.
That's Jeb. He's sitting all the money you guys have paid him.
Fucking.
He made his own little throne of it. The next time we see him, instead of books, it's gold.
Speaking of, as you guys continue this conversation, getting ready for your break so you can like eat some food, that kind of stuff, you go out into the tavern. You see he's lounging at the bar speaking with Talony. You see both of them have a drink in hand.
What does their rapport seem to be? Are they enjoying talking to each other? Or?
Give me an insight check.
While this is happening, I would like to go behind the bar.
20?
I would like to make the nicest 2 drinks that I can. One out of whiskey, one out of maybe something more fruity. Do I have to roll for that? And then I would like to hand it to them, and then wish them a great night, and then go over to Hex and put my arm around his shoulder.
Yeah. What?
What if the favor he asked for is hooking up with your mom?
You act like this bothers me. My mother's her own woman. She can do what she wants.
Oh, I just thought this was
Sorry,
Just in character and
sorry
out
that
of
I'm not
character.
getting jealous on other people's behalf because of my own insecurities.
I think you misinterpreted everything that I've done up until now, because the only thing that bothered me was the fact that you were making a big point of it to me with my mom. I echo the same sentiment, but I thought this was just tit for tat.
And it doesn't bother me. So.
Great name.
Tit for tat, that would be a great guild name. With that 20, for the record, they are very cozy.
Okay.
Usually, Sticks, anytime I've harped on that, it's because you've insulted the hell out of me for about a week, so. I usually think that's tit for tat, but sure.
Did you ever not deserve it?
I don't think I deserved him putting her wedding ring on when I handed it to him. I don't think I deserved the insults when her life was at risk and he was joking about her on the way to the tavern. There's a few things I don't think I really deserved, but...
Did I actually joke? I don't remember.
I think there was one.
You
that
did.
he got
Yeah.
offended.
There was one where, like, everyone was like, whoa! The universe went too far, bro. Too far.
I've never instigated it. It's always been after you have reamed me for whatever.
That's not true either, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been back and forth.
Let's keep the banter friendly, even as both of your mothers move on to the arms of other lovers.
Well, I'm about to call one back, so...
Same.
No, that's not without Lolax in the group.
We're just both trying to get our dad back. Mom! Yours is just underground and mine's across the world.
While this is happening, I'm gonna message him.
Are you gonna... I have a message written out, but are you gonna hijack it?
I ripped the paper. What does it say?
Okay. The message is... And I made sure that we got the words right and everything.
Daddy dearest.
Papa.
This is from your son. Mother needs you to come to Guild's Row. Find the prize call. We need you. Your son, Trenton.
It really is Trenton. Oh my god.
That was my original name
I'm just.
before I was killed.
I thought we were joking about all of that because how is your disguise name one letter off?
That was the entire point.
Oh. I thought you were joking, Ken.
That was the entire point.
How? I'm gonna look
my
around.
alias name was only one fucking letter off from what my original name was.
You're saying this is a master detective.
I never said master. I said
I
he
never
was a
gave
detective.
myself a name. I was given, this is your name now, and this is your alias name.
There's some demure bureaucrat that had a typo.
I'm going to rip the bottom piece of the paper off that says Trenton and throw it, and then read the message and with Trenton at the end.
Yeah.
But I'm
You
mad.
won't know who it is unless you do that.
Does he have more than a few kids spread around in Guild Row?
Who knows?
That's fair.
Oh yeah, there's also Crenton and Zrenton.
Blunton.
Fenton.
Lenton was my next one.
You send this message off.
My head hurts.
I have to think about this.
Yeah. How would Mr. Dude respond?
They call me Mr. Dude.
Mr. Dude.
It's Mr. Worldwide.
Ugh.
I was told that once they left, they were gone to me forever. And that is what I wish. Let them be safe away from me.
And that's it. It doesn't seem like he really wants to talk. Nor be found. And then I'm gonna repeat what he said.
I don't know what that means. But I know somebody who might.
You want to go interrupt?
Yeah, you can go interrupt them.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's what I was just kind of going.
You could also wait till tomorrow.
Yeah. She's had a long couple weeks. Let her unwind a little bit.
Like she's had one night off for how long?
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Much like most moms, she has very good hearing. And as you guys are talking about this, she's looking over Jeb at your group and just hits you with a...
Can she really see over his hat though?
He has it off.
What the?
He's being very respectful.
Yeah, as you should be.
I'll just tomorrow to her.
I can't really like. I'm a son that his mother is looking at it very suspiciously. I can't really like.
He comes back around from the bar, walks on up. Why do you look constipated?
He always looks constipated.
Is your stomach not feeling well?
Well, stomach's fine. It's been actually feeling great since my hole got fixed. Everything.
Hi, I'm Whole Fix.
Here's this back.
They call me Dr. Holefix.
You hand her the wedding ring and she kind of pockets it.
Can I like look at your text?
Do we need to speak in private?
No. Maybe, I don't know.
Son, you're a grown man, and you have not really cared for my opinions in the last little bit. So, if you're worried about offending me by saying something, I think we're past that.
It's...
That's a line.
You're totally fair in that regard. Why did Dad send us away?
He followed an outlawed religion and decided that was more important than keeping the family together. He's also a very dangerous man.
Why?
He's a... Do you really want to get into this conversation?
Well, I tried to get in touch with him, and he said...
I told you not to.
Right. And look at everything going on right now.
Yeah, what part of I told you not to and not to worry about it, that I didn't want to go back there?
I didn't want to send you back there.
You want him to come here?
I want you to be safe.
He is not the one that's going to make me safe.
And how am I supposed to know that?
Because I told you I didn't want you to contact him.
When I was a child.
I told you that
Like,
a week ago.
that was recent.
Well, I did. And you can slap me upside the head for it. I'm scared. And I don't know what to do right now. And it just felt like the right thing.
Well, your father is, oddly enough, the two of you are quite alike.
Oh, wonderful.
In the sense that neither of you listen. And you're both blood-hungry animals. Just in a different way. I love you dearly. And I was hoping that you did not inherit his genes, but apparently you inherited a different set of monstrous things from my side, which I was not aware of. Yeah, he's a lycanthrope. He turns into a werebeast, which is why he's violent. He follows Melora, which is outlawed in the Endwin. And he partakes in the wild hunt.
One of the reasons I reached out to him is because it's seeming like we're going to have to go that way. Sooner than later. It's best to have somebody who knows the land. But maybe it was selfish to reach out to him, and I apologize if that was the case. But I don't know if I can keep you safe. I can barely keep myself safe.
I'm not worried about you keeping me safe. I'm worried about you staying out of dangerous situations, which you refuse to do.
Yeah.
So, I've resigned myself to that. Like I said, you're a grown man. I don't care if it was selfish or not for you to disregard what I said. It sounds like you're not even listening to me anyways. I love you, though. I will be here to help. I'm not going back there for him, though.
I don't want you to.
I wasn't asking. I will run this bar. I will help you in the ways that I can. I will continue to patch your shirts and put things back together as best I can. This is all I know, though. He asked us to leave because he is dangerous to those he is closest to. If that is somebody you feel a kinship with, and you wish to go seek him out, feel free. I will not be upset with you for doing so. But stop asking my opinion if you're not going to heed it.
Okay.
In fact, she's going to take out the ring, give that back to him.
Okay.
I still love you.
Huh?
I still love you.
That's what keeps me going sometimes. Thank you. I love you too.
She'll give you a hug. Kiss on the side of the cheek.
No. I cry a bit, but try to keep that from people seeing. Or cry. Cass doesn't cry, but sobs a little bit and just get a little sniffly.
Are you trying to hide it?
I will try the best I can, but it probably won't happen.
Not against you two, at least.
Yeah, I was about to say.
What's going on?
Just out of curiosity, what was that ring made out of?
Gold.
Damn it. Anyways.
Not a diamond ring.
No, platinum.
When Talonay referred to Kex as a blood-hungry beast or monster, did I detect, was that more of an in-the-moment anger, or is that a more deep-seated resentment that's been building?
Yeah, that one hurt a little bit, but
That was an apt adjective in the moment. That was... She's not saying this to be mean, but it seems as though he will not listen regardless. So she's trying to make her point known. She loves him dearly.
She's pissed.
Go and give me an insight check.
26. I rolled at that moment.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm waiting.
She loves him dearly, and she still probably even loves his father to a certain extent. But at the end of the day, she's not being respected in this relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And she's done acting like she is. So, out of love, she will continue operating the way that she is, but she's no longer going to put on a happy face about it. Especially because the one person she did not want him to contact, he did, and is apparently going to.
Okay.
So, building up a little bit, yes, but this is just the straw that broke the camel's back.
It's okay, you can still parent track them.
Nope.
maybe not. I don't even know if what I remember is real. So, I just had that thrown in my face today, so... I don't know if any happy memory that I even have is real, if any trauma. I don't know what's mine anymore. Other than only things I can guarantee are everything that I've done since my brain got messed with again. And I'm just trying to grasp at straws right now. And clearly that's not working out. But regardless, per the Raven Queen and per Kara, we are going to have to go there eventually, and that is where he is. He knows the land, seemingly. It'll be an asset regardless.
I was just making a joke above table, but yeah.
Oh, I thought that was art being.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm just soul forging at the moment, so.
Wait. Where is he? We don't know where he is. We just know that he's not.
It's in the Enduin.
Is the Enduin in a different time zone?
Yes.
Yes.
So that seems to correlate.
Yeah.
Okay. We never talked about
We
that.
are. My family is from kind of the outskirt area of the Enduin Empire.
I don't know if that's ever been discussed either.
Hasn't been asked.
So,
Okay.
could I guess that he's in the far west part of the Enduin because the sun hadn't risen yet for them?
So based off of like the trees that we saw, could we roll some like nature checks to figure out if like that's a type that grows only in like a certain region? Or...
If you were there to have seen that scry and wanted to make a nature check, I'd say yes, but you weren't.
It's true. It's true.
Too bad you had to make new punchies.
These punchies are gonna keep you safe, and I swear to God, it'll save your life one day. And I'm gonna say, punchy gauntlet safe.
That'll be the code word.
In like 3 years, real time, you're gonna say punchy gauntlet safe, and I'm gonna have like a
You're like, what?
euphoric moment of like ascending, like it came true, the prophecy.
You've heard
No,
of Chekhov's
first
gun.
you're gonna be
but
like,
have
what
you heard
the
of...
fuck are you saying? And then she'll explain it, and you're like, oh.
I will go up to Kex, and I will say, well, I guess we're on opposite sides of the shit coin with our mothers. So I feel for you in that aspect.
I think yours, mine still loves me. Yours still loves you. I think yours likes you a little bit better than mine right now.
Yeah, right now probably.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So is your dad really short? Like, does she have a type?
Do I, when I'm working on these, do I like have to actively be working on them for like 8 hours, or?
You have to put 8 hours worth of work in a day. In fact, when we transitioned, I said that you were going to take a break, so you
Okay,
could
cool.
be a part of these.
Cool. So I could like have a beer or two.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Yeah, you take your lunch break, your 10-minute breaks, and
15 every 3.
So, miss anything?
Von Veer had to make himself a new arm. He is currently outside of the keep,
That's
killing yetis to eat.
My dad's a werebeast.
Wouldn't that be
That's
awkward
rough,
if
buddy.
he was like a Yeti
Huh?
werebeast?
That's rough, buddy.
Yes, cat eyes.
I mean, he's single.
Yeah.
Very much so.
I have his wedding ring in my pocket now, so my mom said to give it back to him.
What kind of material?
Gold.
Just saying, I might, just in case contingency plan, I can put something on that
No.
if he's scary.
How big is the? Can I see it?
That's Talony's ring.
Can I appraise that? And identify it?
I'm not gonna sell it.
You cast Identify on it, and there's nothing magical about it.
Okay. Do I?
It is shoddily made, actually, at best.
Okay. I don't think he's my type.
He was actively hunting in the woods on his hands and knees. He's half
People.
He's half elf. I can assume he turns into some kind of cat-like beast because of his eyes.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. Like,
I wasn't trying to set you up, but I mean,
I was okay. Yeah.
Maybe when we do introductions, we'll read the room. Then.
Yeah, that seems fair. But that ring, if you're not gonna use it,
I'm gonna give it back to him.
I missed a lot. Okay. All right. Is there anything I can do to help you out besides I'm just gonna be like pouring like a big drink?
I push a plate of food over.
Oh, I was gonna give it to Cax.
Not really thirsty.
We're on break.
I'm
Okay.
not anything right now, really.
You seem depressed. That's something.
I'm always.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, how about Dawn's Dusk or Dusk's Dawn?
The Duskies, the
We
Donnies.
work from dusk till dawn.
I'm sorry.
Duskwalker.
All day I've just been trying to piece together in my head either what might be fake and what might be real. I'm sorry. I'm very distracted right now.
You know what is real? The time that we've spent together.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's been pretty good. All things
We got your
considered.
kegs. I don't let his hand go. No, my noodle arms.
We have the same strength.
8?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just way more dexterous.
Yeah, you probably still would have got out.
Do you want to see some of the designs I have?
Sure. Yeah. That's fine.
So I'm gonna pull out 3 different schematics. So these change based off of the situation. You see this very plain one. The code word for that would be plain. So you could say like, I just want a plain buckler. And then this one is fancy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does the fancy one look like?
So it depends where you're looking from. So from one direction, the direction that's somebody else, it doesn't look like really anything. It looks kind of just like a regular kind of thing, you know. But to you, it's whatever you want it to be. You can change it out. See, it's modular. So it could be like a picture of your friends and family. It could be whatever you want it to be.
On the inside of the shield?
Yeah, on the inside of the
Okay.
shield.
So what's the third one?
The third one is what I call aggro. And it is the most distracting thing that I could come up with.
Is it teeth?
I was thinking about that, but then you stole that idea, so that one's yours.
Now it's fingernails.
Also, do you need all those teeth?
The 6 of them?
Yeah. I like to have one for a toothpick.
You just want to be macking on a corpse? Like...
I'm
That's
gonna
fair.
flick one at you.
Just pocket.
No, actually, there was a fourth hidden mode, but like I kind of need your help for that one.
Oh.
Could you give me your happiest memory?
Oh, that's particularly depressing.
Yeah, right now. Me and Sail just kind of put our heads down. Oh.
Is it us giving you rabbit stew and calling you a silly Billy?
Were you eating the other bird?
The first night that Lilacs decided to be his friend.
Aww.
And I would engrave that on the shield.
Is Lilacs like on the bed kicking his feet?
Yes.
It's animated.
That's literally it. Like,
Aw. When Lolax comes back and sees that shield, they're just gonna be like,
No point of inspiration.
I already have one.
Damn it.
I have to.
Little snack.
I haven't had one for a long time.
This is gonna make me cry.
That's the happiest memory he has that he knows is his.
What time is it?
What about a sad
15
memory?
minutes left.
What about a sad memory where it's Lolax on the ship flying away?
That's on the
If
inside.
that was the
of
highest one, then
Oof.
you can probably imagine what the lowest one would be.
I can't believe Sam's the one that made somebody cry first. Congratulations. Alright.
Yeah, where are you gonna go after that
Oh, I
one?
got plenty of places. That's fine. You guys sit down, speaking of schematics, possible shields to make, and wrestling with the idea that your memories may still not be your own. You take a moment, and towards the end of the night, you send a message to Judge Isperia.
Yes, once the Soul Forge is gone out for the night, I will send a bird. I don't remember
I'm
what
not
I'm
flying
saying.
anywhere.
You're telling her that we have discovered the location of where the
Right.
vampires that the vampires that attacked us, that they took 2 of. We discovered where they're coming from.
The vampires and gray men who have been assaulting us and other citizens are based underwater, out past the Bulgari port. They float up from there and then walk out to go about their business.
And they get orders when they come out.
I would like to confirm they are outside of city limits, and therefore we will not be legally responsible for any property damage.
But we would like to have permission to go.
You send that missive off. With the way that you're sending it, you assume you're probably not going to get a response till tomorrow.
That's fine. We still did it right away, though.
You still did it right away? Well, actually, a couple hours after, but you know.
We still did it the day of. Okay? We're getting fucking better, alright? We're getting better.
She mind links us. I'm so disappointed that you didn't send it right away.
You little shits.
I interrogated the squirrel.
Be on the lookout.
He said he was in the rafters for hours.
Be on the lookout for tiny fairy with big gloves.
I'm not telling anybody
Yep, I
about
know.
that.
No.
Should we put a wanted poster up?
For Ken?
Yeah.
No, he knows where we sleep
Yeah.
and how many teeth we
The
should
best
have.
the best scenario for this is we just let him do his thing and we do our thing.
Yeah, we part ways, and when he comes back to fuck up Jeremy, we watch and don't get involved.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna have a glyph of warding with fire strike on
I
it.
think you have guards and wards as a spell. You might.
Huh?
Guards and wards.
Can't wait until you try to fisticuffs this guy.
It's like a JoJo fight.
Oh, you're approaching me.
With that, as you all go to bed, your council getting put together, there's still a plethora of people within the walls of the Pride's Call, though quite a few people have left, back off to their own houses and things like that. They're... Sorry. You all get ready to go to bed. Just double checking. Is there anything you'd like to do before you go to sleep for the night? As it will then be 4 days until the Endwin's apparent arrival.
Are there any teeth laying around that Kenjar left?
The deal was, Kinjar said that you guys got the vampire teeth and he would be paid for them.
He didn't take any gold.
I was about to say, forgot to take his own payment.
Yeah.
That's on him.
Yep.
He did leave the teeth though. So, there are 6 vampire fangs.
What about the bag?
No, he
No,
took
he
the
took
bag
all
with
of
him.
Yeah, those were his.
There's a reason he said fuck you about it.
Yep. Maybe you
I'm gonna
didn't
spray
blind
on
him.
him, find him, and squash him like a bug. And I'll get your gauntlets back.
The only thing that Kex is going to start doing is significant memories. He's going to start writing them down.
Let's start a journal.
Yep.
Alright.
I'm gonna give you a very nice journal if I ever see you do that.
Beautiful. As you all drift away to sleep for that night, you, dreamless.
Oh.
For the first night in a while.
Dreamless?
Dreamless. No dreams, just none at all. Sayil. It is not a dream per se as much as flooding memories of Breeze Cliff kind of running through your head. There's no narrative to this. There's nothing that you're truly living or reliving.
Mm-hmm.
It's just memories of home, in the rain, in the river. As you know, your meeting time with Madra is coming close.
How many days?
4.
Right, everything happens on that day.
Full moon.
I didn't time it, dude.
I know, it's just like when it rains, it pours. Like,
Sticks. You feel a bit of disquiet while you were sleeping. A burgeoning pride in everything that you've done, but at the same time concern with the words that come out of your mouth. Though there is no meeting per se. Almost as if Kalimvor is just wondering what you were exactly up to.
why do you keep joking about zombies over there?
And Alyssa, can you tell me What's Alyssa's greatest fear?
Yeah.
Alyssa's greatest fear is wandering alone in a place where it's like endless and there's no like end in sight. Like almost as if like all of her family's gone and she's traveling alone.
As you sleep, there are memories of the Shadowfell that kind of spring to mind as you brought it up earlier in that day. And hearing that Swearendiv Mizzet has been taken, you know, it's where you got separated from your own mother. You've been back in Gilthrow for quite some time, and while you have seen Tabaxi, and you've even seen remnants of some of their own hideouts, you've not found home yet. You've not found your family. As the memories of the shadowy wastes kind of come to mind, it is not quite what you fear most. It is not endless before you see the end point. One very large library looming above, almost as if it is looking at you and beckoning you closer. As you look at it, you realize this is a memory. Putting things together, the library itself lit with what you now know is Soulflame. As all the small sconces inside are lit up blue. And you realize that to get the information you did from there, much like Soulflame in general, came at a cost. They're just not quite sure what it was. And with that, I think we'll end there. We'll pick back up there next time.
At the library. Let's go.
At the library!
Sail has his library card.
So, thank you guys very much for watching. We'll be back. I think we're back next week,
Yeah.
correct?
As far as I'm aware.
All right. I will tell you guys right now, I am gone the week of the 16th.
Okay.
I got some family stuff going on. I put it in Discord.
I'm pretty sure I'm gone next week for the wedding.
The wedding. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be back next week, most likely with a one-shot or something in mind. So, we'll double-check behind the screen, and we'll make a post on the Discord and all that fun stuff when we come to a consensus. So, we will see you there regardless. Thank you very much for watching. We will pick back up here on the 2nd, and we're going to have a wonderful time. It's going to be so neato.